morning, colleagues. We can go ahead and call this meeting to order. It's now 8 o'clock. A personal point of privilege, I'm just going to say Miss Patty Caudle, who is a regular fixture at the 8 a.m. Committee on Appointments, is here in the audience. And I know this is going to be your last meeting because you're looking forward to a well-deserved retirement. But as I said, you can always come and watch these meetings if you'd like. It's all public information. It's also the start of the day, so I know we'll probably say this throughout the day, but the previously scheduled public safety meeting is canceled for today. So if you happen to be watching at 8 o'clock, there is no 12:30 public safety meeting. Correct. So, and that was noticed. So colleagues, let's go ahead and work on our few resolutions that we have in front of us, and then we'll go through our board and vacancy lists. Of course, last meeting was our first meeting, and so I know that Daniel's been sending out some information, and both of you have sent some questions, so happy to review that as well, just to make sure everybody, we're ready to go in this new year. Excuse me. So the first item we have is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Lisa Haynes to the Mobile GR Commission. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved and supported, colleagues, and I believe this is a new appointment, Daniel, or is this a reappointment?
This is a new appointment.
Okay.
I believe Mrs. Haynes has served in the past, but she is now applying for the Mobile GR Commission.
I see Mr. Naramore, our director. Would you like to come up and say a few words? You showed up, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Haynes and Grand Valley State University, they had been a long partner on the Mobile GR Commission. They've been off of the board for, I think, 7 years or so, and they're consistently participating in the West Side Corridor Improvement Authority. So with Corewell Health vacating their seat at the end of last year, we just thought it would be really great to get another institutional partner around the table. And they're a heavy consumer of parking, mobility, and general transportation systems, and are really a good partner with the Rapid, just like we are through our Dash services. So we thought this was a good fit.
Great. Thank you so much for providing that additional comment. Colleagues, any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you, colleagues. Next is a resolution confirming Mayor Bliss's appointment of Ruben Ramos to the Southtown Corridor Improvement Authority. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported, colleagues. Mr. Ramos is a business owner in this corridor, has previously been on the board. In our meetings in December, we had to pull a couple of names, mostly because we needed to do a little bit of backtracking to make sure we had appropriate number of seats. We do. There was also someone who had decided voluntarily to no longer serve. So this is just a bit of a delayed, but now getting Mr. Ramos on this board. Any questions? He owns R&R Mechanical.
No questions, just a comment. Thank you, Daniel, for sending over the PIPs for folks that we were voting on today. It was very helpful to have background on everyone before we voted today. So I was happy to see that he is a business owner in the 3rd Ward and serving on the Southtown Corridor Improvement Authority. So very excited to see.
And thank you for suggesting that. That has never been on our radar before. That's a great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, fresh eyes.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then I will just also note, it'll be in our second, but we do have 2 more openings after this vacancy, and there is one person being vetted, and Daniel and I talked about that person. Again, we don't, happy to share that. We don't like to share that publicly, because if it is something that is perhaps in arrears to the city, we'd like to, just keep that confidential for individuals, so they can work to resolve that or provide any other information to the city. Hearing no other question, all those in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. So next is we're going to go to our vacancy list. Excuse me. So if you scroll down a bit with City Clerk's fast hands, you'll see we can absolutely go through a number of these items. Our Board of Review. We haven't had any openings on this for a while.
Correct.
And somebody just called me about the Board of Review yesterday. So I think, how long are the terms on these? It's a
5-year term.
Okay, I think that's probably why because I've been this is my 4th year on the commission. So, so we have a couple of openings here, and
I will say that the mayor has approved 2 applicants for these.
Thank you, Daniel. I was going to say, I know we had talked about this particular body in our 2022 kind of final meeting, and I know you had shared that, so thank you. We mentioned Civil Service Board, which Ms. Caudle had asked a question about the individual being vetted. So Daniel's following up with that vetting process to see if we can potentially move forward with that individual for our first February meeting. We also do have civil service today. If anybody wants to come, new commissioners, you can see what we do in civil service. Next is, our Construction Code Board of Appeals. I don't have any additional items for this. This is a city manager appointment. I can certainly follow up with the city manager. He's usually on top of these ones, so it looks like this might be a five-year term as well. Oh, okay, thank you. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm sorry. Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Yes.
Yes.
So I noticed, I think we have about 37 or so openings. So curious how we typically recruit for boards. Are there, kind of, over the years, I've seen city staff come to different events. So is that still kind of the standard,
Yeah.
especially post-pandemic? Do we do any special events? Just curious about our main methods of
Yeah,
recruitment.
so you're absolutely right. In the past, those have been the methods. Pandemic and, I would say endemic phase, it has been all of us as commissioners talking and connecting with people that, you have met throughout your years and both your professional and service lives, meeting with constituents and talking to them, and our night out meetings, talking to individuals about serving on boards. Last fall, we did a really big push. The media covered it to just talk about all the openings that we had because we were kind of getting towards the year end. So periodically, we'll do sort of like a public service announcement. Thank you. We'll do that public service announcement and work with our communications department. I would say it's a mixture of general interest. Our neighborhood associations are great individuals to help us. Certainly, as I mentioned, Ms. Caudle, different liaisons that we have in city departments, so they would work. Again, we never say, you're for sure going to be on the board, because you have to go through a vetting process. And again, it's sometimes a mayoral appointment, sometimes a commissioner appointment, and then we all have to vote. But I think our liaisons do a good job of letting people know that there's obviously a vetting process that happens, but they certainly share that. And then we've also shared it sort of in like the GR Connect newsletter, those sorts of things. It's on the general website, but I don't, I would say that's probably more passive individuals.
Yeah. And curious, if you had to guess, like what percentage of applicants don't necessarily get approved for all those various reasons? Is it small? Is it significant?
It's not a terribly significant portion, but there are definitely those folks that, due to unpaid parking tickets or income tax that is owed, aren't eligible.
Yeah. But I hear that they have a chance to.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yep,
you.
so when they go through that, so that's a good question, I think, about where are individuals coming from, and I don't know, to your point, Commissioner, that would be a good question to add to the PIF, because I don't think on the PIF there's a point where you can put references, but there's not a point where it says, how did I hear about serving? So that could help us to figure out what our yield is from different sources. So very good recommendation. And then your second question was, you started.
Around vetting and
Around
how many-
vetting, yes. I would say, for example, when we had the Housing Fund Board, our inaugural board that we did last year, that took some time because there were certainly things that needed to get resolved, people were unaware of. A lot of times I think if people own multiple properties in the city, that might be a piece. Yes, people are able to get it resolved. They get a letter from the different departments. Some departments, I believe income tax has to send a certified letter because it's just a little bit more involved. Is that right? Is
I
income
believe
tax?
that's
Yeah, or
correct.
the assessor. I can't remember which.
Income tax.
Income
yeah.
tax. So if somebody has an arrearage, then they know that. I actually just had somebody who wants to serve on a board. They just did a PIF. And they told me that they proactively called the departments to see if they had any arrears. That's certainly not something that somebody has to do, but I appreciated that because then that gives them a sense and it can definitely shorten up the time, right? And they're like, I paid my parking ticket. Like, okay, good. But I think it's kind of like that, there's a little bit of a passive nature of it, but we can make it proactive by letting people know that. So I found that especially helpful. So thank you, second ward constituent who did that. And then, as we said, there's also the piece where Daniel, that recommendation to send out the PIFs. And I think, yeah, that's a good recommendation, because when I came on commission, I was like the one new commissioner, and we would kind of review it in our 2-on-1s and things like that, but we have a lot of new things that we're doing, so good recommendation on that. And then Daniel is also sending out sort of any new PIFs that we get, so you all can be aware of that. And then we can work with our colleagues. And then we're also, we haven't finalized this, but we talked last week over email, Daniel and I, that obviously we serve on this. Our colleagues are not on this body, but they ultimately approve it in the consent agenda. They can see for most of these which one is specifically there. Of course, we want everybody's advice and consent, but sending out a notice, probably maybe, I'm thinking every other month. I don't know that it needs to be every month, like, hey, these are the openings that you have, or they haven't, or even just giving them an update, like this person that you suggested, they have been fully vetted, but they have something that they haven't resolved. So we talked about that in the last meeting, just making sure that it's clear that the departments have done what they needed to do, and now the onus is on the applicant or the resident to resolve that matter. And we're always happy to point them in the right direction. Just as a reminder, for the income tax piece, it's for individuals' personal information. Those departments can't share any information with us. I don't know that we talked about that at the last meeting. Do you want to share a little bit more about that? Sorry, as I was choking a bit on water. Because I think I got that question kind of initially too when I started.
In terms of the.
Just not being able to share that personal information with individuals.
Correct, yeah. The income tax department does send a letter. The treasurer's office does contact them via email if that information is given to us. And they'll attach an invoice of, what is owed. I don't know necessarily if that's a legal opinion as to who can share and who can't. But I personally agree with it that I wouldn't want someone to know if I owed parking
Yeah.
tickets or didn't pay
It's-
taxes or something like that. So.
Assistant City Attorney, comments?
There's a lot of privacy around income tax people's, so if that department in particular, there's very little information gets out without a good reason, and nothing as far as privacy goes to people who shouldn't get that information.
Yeah. So, thanks for clarifying that, because again, those were, I think, things that I had learned sort of one-offs and serving on boards, but it's a good reminder of that.
Can I circle back to the
Sure,
conversation
absolutely.
around recruitment? And really, I love a lot of the process changes that we're talking about. I think that will allow us to have more transparency and better conversation. Part of your follow-up, Daniel, I appreciate you sending kind of the aggregate demographic of all of our boards. We have it disaggregated here. So that was really helpful. And of course, I did notice some really glaring gaps for some populations in our city that are just very underrepresented on our city boards and commissions. So I'm wondering, we talked about kind of passive and active ways of recruiting, how we might in the next few months be a bit more proactive in reaching out to those groups that do have underrepresentation.
Yeah, absolutely. In the past, too, I failed to mention this, but to that point, Commissioner, we did used to have an event, I think, that we did in conjunction. It was like clerk's office, commissioners, where it was come and learn about being on a board or commission, and then we did invite groups of people. That was pre-pandemic, I think. I remember a couple of commissioners telling us that. So if we did want to take that on as an additional action item, we could absolutely do that. We could identify a date. I also think that, we have a number of individual, we have a lot of information as it relates to people who want to do business with the city, who, submit information to the city. So we could also take an inventory of what other, for lack of a better word, lists and individuals from essentially that same piece to make sure that we have the right racial, gender, ethnic representation on this board. We've done that with, obviously, different bids for micro local business things. I think about some of our other economic development tools that we have. So how could we use some of that as well as other outreach efforts?
Yeah.
So we could identify,
Yeah.
we could proclaim a certain day to be city board, and we could ask the mayor to proclaim it.
Right. And, I mean, that might be a big lift, and so it might be even easier
Oh, you came
to.
in with all the ideas, so,
No, I'm just
hey, I'm going all the way in.
We know that there are a lot of, associations, so on and so forth, that it might be a good first step to maybe visit them, right? As opposed to planning. I love the idea, but just thinking about kind of scale.
Oh, I already put your name next to it.
Events would be great too,
Yeah.
but just thinking about where are people
Sure.
naturally
Yeah,
meeting
no.
and how we can meet them where they are
Absolutely.
already.
I think another way we can look at this as well is, as I'm having conversations with like UCC and Link Up and Proactive and Specs, as I'm talking about election type things, to make sure that I keep boards and commissions in that conversation as well, that
great.
sometimes I get in the blinders of election time, but when we're in a hopefully non-election year, that we can spend some of those conversations, some of the other things that the clerk's office can do as well, and so we can have that conversation of saying, this is where they can assist us getting information out. So I mean, and all of us can do that in our regular conversations as you're talking, as commissioners are at neighborhood associations and various other things to make, as everybody's asking about potholes and transportation and parking and various other things, make sure we're saying,
Yeah.
you can do something about it, you can serve on a board and commission. So, I think we all need to get it into our script.
I have it in my email, like on my signature. So I would suggest that, colleagues. Or you could even put it as a automatic, like out of office, since obviously we're not doing this. We're not in these roles every single day. So a lot of times I put it out of office. I haven't for this year, I'm happy to reach out to you. Here's kind of the timeline. And then, don't forget about considering to serve on a city board or commission. I think those are passive, but think about the emails that you've probably gotten just in the short amount of time that you've been commissioners. We could certainly send something to our neighborhood association groups, other groups that, again, I think to what you were saying, City Clerk, that we partner with that either, we've done something, and also those that we haven't, right? Because we know that there are new and different organizations all the time, so it might not be somebody that's already existing. I also think, I am going to put you on this one, Commissioner Perdue, because of your experience being on the Mayor's Youth Council, just that kind of circle of service. I think encouraging certainly younger people to be involved with this work. My employer, when I was right out of college, said, we don't have a lot of resources for development. Here are some longer term things, but they said for the shorter term things, we think being on a city board or commission would be good, and they provided like that time off to come to these board meetings. So in the past, we've talked about even drafting a short letter that could be on the clerk's page of these are the benefits to serving, and then somebody who might be, for lack of a better word, early in their career, they could take that and show that as part of a leadership development tool. And then that's a win, hopefully, for the employer that is maybe in the city or in their outskirts, and that individual can come and serve. So I think sometimes it's like painting that picture as well.
Can I ask a really quick question as well? I
absolutely.
think Commissioner Perdue raises a really good point of just better being proactive to seek out candidates, because I think that's really the best way in which we'll be able to get, our boards to accurately represent our community. I guess what's the best way when we're talking with these associations or individuals? How do people know that they're qualified for a board? I guess and it's been a minute since I've been on the city website to look and see if that's there. But say, I'm a business association or a neighborhood association. Are there, certain criteria or like preferred, professional educational backgrounds, things like that, that can help them kind of brainstorm who might come to mind?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think that it varies just because different boards have different sort of bylaws or charters, if you will. Some are very specific to like the economic development, enhancement, or improvement of a business district or area. Some are, as I said, a little bit more of what I'll call the industry, or somebody who really should have a strong understanding of whatever the piece of information is. City Clerk is probably going to bring up the list that shows all the boards and commission. It has a bit of an overview of each one of them, and that's a really good place to point people. And so I think it's a mix. I generally think it's more about probably competencies and experiences versus one specific professional experience. I think some bodies are, some bodies are quasi-judicial, some are advisory, some are, have a governance structure as well as, maybe dispersing some dollars. So think about our tax increment finance districts. And so there are some cases where it might be good to have somebody like on civil service. I was on that board from before being a commissioner because of my previous HR background. Somebody with a compliance background, somebody with a legal background, typically somebody who had previously served in municipal government. Those are typically very beneficial, but not the only qualifiers. And then with our corridor and districts, it's really those business interests, and then we are able to have a resident voice as well on those bodies, which I think is great. And then, yes, so you pulled up an example of one of them,
Correct.
city clerk, so.
Yeah, and I appreciate that background information. That's really helpful. I'm just thinking this is a good example. So the Civil Service Board, I mean, I know a good number of people in the HR space, but I don't know that looking at this, they would know that their background would apply or would add value to this board. So I guess that's just kind of what's going through my mind is how do I, as a resident who's not super engaged maybe with the city at the moment, know that my skills and my background could be valuable to the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, I think I think the other piece too is this process, like the wheels of government, sometimes move a little slow. So sometimes we could have a full board of individuals, and I've seen it where the next month somebody resigns and the next month somebody else resigns. People take different jobs, they move out of the city, they, have a significant life event and they're like, I can no longer serve. And so even if there isn't, and that's not really your question, but I wanted to make this point, even though there's not an opening, what I encourage people to do is to, if they have any interest in serving, to take a look at all of those boards. It can give them an overview. I also encourage people, these meetings, are noticed and people can come and provide public comment. I think I'm a big believer of like you go and see and you actually is like, what is this like before I want to make a commitment to something? What is this gonna look like? And then letting them know that there is a vetting process, but we look to have a balance of skills and experiences. And I also know that the different liaisons of the bodies are always happy to connect and talk to individuals as well. So it is a bit of there are some standard processes. There also, I think, with many processes, interaction or relational piece, where talking to individual, just sharing. That's how, I remember I got something in the mail once and was like, hey, serve on city. I'm that person that's like, oh, they want me to be involved. Okay, I'm going to show up. And then I did. And then, hey, look it. You guys got me, so thanks for that notice. And other people it's more passive. And other people, maybe it's a really specific background. What I like to ask people is, what are you most interested? What do you think your highest level of understanding or knowledge is? What's something that's frustrating to you that you'd like to understand more and provide, insight and feedback? And just a reminder too, some of these have residency requirements about the city, some do not. So I always encourage people to take a look at that, which it does have that on the website. Because, excuse me, that can be a little frustrating to people too. Like, well, how come I can't serve? It's like, you're my friend in Kentwood. We can find another way for you to serve the city of Grand Rapids, because it is good to have a variety of those interests on the bodies.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I like it. You guys are coming in strong in 23. But no, absolutely. I think when we're asking people to give of their time and energy and service, that's really important. And then the last thing I would say is just letting people know if they want to move the process faster, really reaching out to those departments, and it has listed where we would look at the different arrearages with the city. Typically it's parking tickets, property taxes, a code compliance violation. Those are some of the main reasons. All right, colleagues, so we have just a couple of minutes before the next meeting. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to pause right here
Yeah.
at the Public Safety Committee, because two
Yeah.
of you have appointments. And,
Yes.
and we don't have, since the meeting was canceled tonight, we have time to appoint someone before the February, well, I think they're going to try to put a special one together.
Yep.
But anyway, if we can get those names, I know someone is interested and was going to reach out to you, who was Commissioner Jones' appointment, so that might be, but, so if we can get those, and that way they can get engaged quicker, because these are like one-year terms, I mean, but it can roll over as well, so.
Yeah, absolutely. We did not want to reappoint those individuals knowing that we were going to have a change in commissioners. You know, we wanted to make sure that you all had a chance to appoint individuals. I will talk to Commissioner Knight. I had somebody who was going to attend today and was potentially interested in serving, or talk to her if she has somebody else in mind. There is no residency requirement. I do think, you know, I think that it's kind of like conflicts of interest. Some are perceived and some are real. I think if we had a 9-member body where there was no Grand Rapids representation, I know I would be frustrated with that. But there is, so, you know, if Commissioner Padu had somebody from the First Ward and that wanted to be her appointment, she could certainly do that. And all of us.
Correct.
Did you have one other comment?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. So, yes, so actually, the public safety, thank you for bringing that up. I was going to say that to him, like, hey, we got the gift of time without having that meeting this week. So if you all could think about who, either somebody that you've been talking to, if you are interested, I think I don't know that we had any new PIFs come through for that. But that would be a priority, and we could work to get that on the first February meeting. Great. All right, colleagues, well, if you could take a look at the rest of the list and cross-reference that with any other information from Daniel, and then really the takeaways, I'd like to always review what we said we were going to talk about. We're going to add a piece on the PIF, sort of how did you hear about this opportunity, so we can get a sense of where recruitment is coming from. And then and that's really in line with what Commissioner Perdue suggested, and just looking at the aggregate demographic information, and then thinking through what are the different organizations that we would like to highlight, or groups of people. And to your point, Commissioner Perdue, we could do something like that in the future, but it could simply be, here is a communication that gets sent out from this Committee on Appointments, inviting you all to let people know about the opportunity to serve the city of Grand Rapids. So I'll make that recommendation, that it can be as simple as an email communication at this time, and then some of those other things like adding it to your out of office or adding it to your signature. All right. So it's now 8:27, so we can go ahead and adjourn this Committee on Appointments.
right, good morning, everyone. We will call the fiscal committee meeting to order here at 8:30. Welcome, everyone. Before we get into the agenda, it was brought to my attention that last time we just jumped right into the agenda, and I think just because we have a new member, maybe we'll take a moment and have everyone from the staff introduce themselves and what their role is and why they're at the dais, so that everyone is on the same page here. So we'll start down here.
Good morning. My name is Molly Claren. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Grand Rapids.
All right.
Hello, Phil Strom, Deputy City Attorney.
Joel Hondrup, City Clerk.
Max France, City Comptroller.
My name is Levi Bolt. I'm the city's investment analyst sitting in for John Glebensky this morning.
All right, thank you all. All right, we'll hop right into our agenda here. First item this morning is a resolution authorizing a lease agreement with AT&T to utilize the Knapp Water Tower for communication purposes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and supported. Mr. Jernberg, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? What you have in front of you is essentially a renegotiation to a lease that was set to expire here in the coming years. AT&T wishes to continue the partnership and utilization of space on our Knapp water tank for their cell coverage in the area. We have updated the contract to reflect a more modern fees that we charge, and this, the revenue that we get from this is considered non-operating revenue. So it kind of goes and can handle, use it for penalties and things like that, you know, other expenses that we don't typically use for non-operating revenue, so.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions about this lease agreement? All right, hearing none. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Item 2 is an ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2022-13 for fiscal year 2023, Amendment Number 10.
So moved.
Second.
That's been moved and supported. We'll turn to Ms. Claren. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just as we start off the year, when we do the budget ordinance, we do this about once a month. So every other meeting, you'll see the budget amendments come through. Sometimes we make an exception to that when we have a timely amendment we have to do related to a grant, things like that. But just for Commissioner Perdue's benefit, you should expect to see this about once a month. Starting off, we have from the Parks and Rec Department a few positions. So we have a building maintenance mechanic 3, as well as a groundkeeper 2, groundkeeper 1 positions. This is a transition the department's doing from moving seasonal employees to full-time. We've had some issues with hiring, things like that. So it made sense. This will be fully funded by the Parks Village within the Parks and Recreation Fund 2080. Number 2, this is the golf course manager position, just adding to the golf course fund. It'll also be shared slightly with the Parks and Recreation Fund, so we're doing related appropriations in each of those funds. Then thirdly, we have an office assistant 2, as well as number 4, a special events aide. These are in the special office of special events. We did get qualification to use ARPA grant dollars for this. This is related to the additional special events that are coming our way within the next 2 years, especially the big one being Art Prize. So providing some extra resources behind that effort, and we were fortunate to get approval to move forward that funding it with grants. So it does not affect general fund. So we have a appropriation there within the general fund, which is Fund 1010. Number 5, this is related to a grant the Office of Equity and Engagement received for River for All. The original grant was $800,000. We originally appropriated just $200,000 of it. Now the department put together a spending plan for the remaining $600,000. So we are appropriating that money now in the other grants fund for $600,000. Number 6, the vehicle reimbursement. This is to approve an appropriation for spending out of the MET Department of Justice Fund with a transfer from the Federal Forfeitures Fund to fund that. Number 7, this is related to our replacement of private lead service lines. These lead service lines are, almost all of them are located in neighborhoods of focus in the 3rd Ward. This is funded with an EPA grant we received, so this is a further allocation of that big, I believe it was a $5 million EPA grant we received. Number 8, and our last one is the FEMA Recreation Catastrophic Preparedness Grant. This is to, this was a great opportunity to dig in and provide assistance with our emergency management office over in the fire department. So this would authorize a specialist to be funded with this grant, as well as some of the other related programmatic needs. The fire department is also providing a match to this grant of $20,000, which had been previously budgeted, so we're transferring money from that over there. I will add that we do include the language in each of these grant-funded positions that once the funding does expire, we expect the department to either produce a new a further grant or another funding source, or that position will be removed from the city roster. So finally, our contingent balance remains at $2.5 million for the year.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Claren. Colleagues, are there any questions about any of these items? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 3 is our bid list resolution for January 24, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and supported. Just one item this morning. Any questions, colleagues, about this purchase item? No? All right, hearing none. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On to item 4, which is our warrant report, December 28, 2022 through January 10, 2023, and small claims. Mr. Comptroller.
Good morning, Commissioners. So for the period reference there, the city released payments totaling $20.5 million, which includes just over $5 million for our employee payroll expense and just over $53,000 in income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, we issued 108 income tax refunds and 1,131 payments overall. And the details on the following tables in the next few pages contain the information on all those payments that were greater than $20,000. Also this morning, we have for you our quarterly small claims report covering the 4th calendar quarter of last year, so October, November, December. And during that period, the city paid out 11 small claims in total, totaling just under $13,500. And just for, a little additional context, these are claims, associated with, a citizen or someone might have, a mailbox or a car swiped or something. The city has a process for them to recover some of those funds. In some cases, that's run by our risk management and law department, and we review and issue the payments. And the details of each of those individual payments is also included on the following slide as well. And that concludes the reports I have this morning.
Very good. Questions for the Comptroller? All right, hearing none, that report will be received and filed. And finally, we'll turn to item 5, which is our Treasurer's Report for the period December 28, 2022 through January 10, 2023. Good morning, Mr. Bolt.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This morning, just a broad overview of where we sit economically. Overall, goods inflation, the inflation of the prices you see at the store, has been going down recently, which is wonderful. The downside is services inflation, specifically non-housing service inflation, is going the other direction. So the net total is inflation still remains a problem, which means the Fed is going to likely continue to increase rates. The market predicts that the next meeting on January 31st and February 1st, they'll be raising by 0.25%. The market predicts the meeting following that in March, most likely another 0.25% then, and then hold. Fed Chair Jerome Powell has repeatedly said that the Fed will hold interest rates at an elevated level for a significant period of time. The market thinks that that'll be till around November. My hunch is that Powell is probably thinking longer than that. There is a likelihood of a recession during 2023-24. All signs point to that being a quote-unquote mild recession. Of course, every recession is mild except to the people who lose their jobs in the middle of it. But that's kind of where we stand economically. Overall, the city's portfolio is weathering the situation relatively well. As interest rates increase in the market value of the securities held does decline. However, the city employs a buy and hold strategy. We hold all the bonds in the portfolio until maturity unless something extraordinary happens with credit and that sort of thing. So at this point, we don't anticipate any losses in the portfolio. And as existing investments mature, those are then reinvested at the currently substantially higher rates than were in place when those securities were initially purchased. So we're feeling pretty good about the portfolio. Economically, it's a little cloudy, but not too bad. Any questions?
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Bolt? All right. Hearing none, that report will be received and filed, and we will conclude and adjourn this meeting at 8:41. Thank you, everyone.
This is the Community Development Committee meeting, which begins approximately 9:15. We have about 7 resolutions this morning, beginning at Resolution 1, a resolution approving a fireworks discharge permit for Field Entertainment Incorporated, D/B/A, Disney on Ice for indoor special effects at the Van Dander Arena in connection with the Disney on Ice Let's Celebrate performance on February the 2nd through the 5th of this year, 2020. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Approve.
Support.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Lieutenant Roy LeGrand with the Grand Rapids Fire Department. Just here to say in behalf of Fire Hazard Inspector Ted Jensen that he did review it and he feels it doesn't pose a threat to people or the building. And he said it's an annual event and they tend to follow what they set out in their plan.
Any questions? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Next resolution is approving an agreement with the Michigan Department of Transportation for the implementation of safety improvements along Burton Street between Buchanan Avenue and Breton Avenue with a total project cost of $1,740,000.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. So the city routinely replies to the state of Michigan, to the Michigan Department of Transportation for federal safety grants, and we received one for this cycle for Burton Street. We've broken it into 2 phases, Phase A and B, just to manage construction costs and just manage the implementation in the corridor. So the first stretch is from Clyde Park to Eastern, and the second stretch is from Kalamazoo to Breton, and that includes a whole series of signal infrastructure improvements as well as visibility and some pedestrian crossing improvements at the intersections. Then after the project is completed, we will go back and do signal optimization for the entirety of the corridor to improve operations for all users. The total grant amount is for $1,007,400. But that includes, majority is coming from a federal grant broken into each of those, and then there is a portion that is included for federal non-participating costs that the city has to bear for design costs, construction management, and engineering fees to run the project through the engineering department here at the city. So with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions? I have one question. Is there a timeline for construction beginning and ending?
Yes, so we're hoping to get the project bid after today's approval in the March timeframe, and then the goal is we would complete it by October of this year.
Okay. Questions? Anyone besides my question? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next resolution is a resolution authorizing assessors to spread nuisance charges for certain outstanding accounts receivable, Roll 8776.
It's actually the deputy city treasurer.
Oh, how did I miss that?
No, no, you're fine. I'm just telling you, I told you a different person that was going to present.
Oh, okay. All right, let me start that over there. Our resolution authorizing assessors to spread nuisance charges for certain outstanding accounts receivable, Roll 8776, totaling $46,727.91. And the person that's going to present is...
Hi, I'm Roberta Cahill, Deputy Treasurer.
Thank you, Ms. Cahill.
Thank you.
I was looking for Mrs. Chesterford.
Do we get the support? And
Support.
So moved.
All right.
thank you.
We're
Good
going to
morning,
have some fun this
Commissioners.
morning, guys.
This is our semi-annual request to authorize the city assessor to begin the next nuisance special assessment roll process, roll number 8776. As indicated, we have 1,847 past due invoices totaling $486,727.91 that are eligible for this roll. The property owners have been noticed and invoiced prior to this request, but this resolution will provide for additional notification and appeal opportunity before the roll is confirmed. Are there any questions?
Any colleagues?
Just one, because I was going through this, looking at it again earlier. If someone can't pay, right? If they're destitute, they just don't have it. What other options do we have in helping them? Say somebody's got a bunch of, an old car in their yard or a bunch of trash in their yard, and they can't pay the dumping fee or even figure out how to get it to the dump to dispose of it properly. How can we work with these? Because I know how that feels, right? To know you want to do something, but you don't know what to do, and then you may not have the expenses to take care of those things. Is there another way to work with these people to help them not put more undue cost on them?
Yeah, the Code Compliance and Development Center staff do work with people quite regularly on these kind of things. So if they contact the office, they have, extended time. They've referred to different programs. They do work with the individuals if they call and request help. They do what they can. We obviously have. Our job is to make sure that we're in compliance with the city ordinances and state law, so we do have to enforce to some degree certain things, but like I said, they definitely work with, they've got case notes on every single one of these as to where they've, sent the notice, given them the time, posted at the property. When they take the calls, they've extended time, but unfortunately, the ordinance have to be enforced, so it is our job to enforce. So bottom line is that they get a pretty good long time to pay, pretty good amount of time to pay before we get to this process. The process won't be confirmed until May, so they have a formal appeal time as well through the city assessor that they can take that to. If it's unpaid, it goes to the tax roll. This would be approved for the July tax bill, and we do see some repeat offenders on these type of lists, and it's quite frankly, we see that that's their finance way, because they'll have a mortgage. They will let it go to the tax bill because it'll get wrapped up into their monthly mortgage payment and get paid as part of their tax bill. So some are handled that way because it allows for them to be able to do a finance process.
So the 659 invoices for the nuisance yard violation, that's $108,000.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll just wrap that up into their tax bill and pay it through their mortgage?
Yep. Obviously not all of them have a mortgage on their property, but we do have a lot of rental agreements and property managers and that type of thing that is just their process. So if you look, at our past notifications, you will see a lot of the same names on them every time we do this. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner True? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next resolution, number 4, is approving the transfer of obsolete properties rehabilitation exemption certificate 3-150029 from 1747 Partners LLC to 1747 Plainfield LLC.
So moved.
Approve. Support.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. So this, again, is just a transfer of this existing obsolete property rehabilitation exemption certificate, otherwise known as OPRA. And again, this was originally awarded in August of 2015, or approved by the City Commission, I should say, and subsequently approved by the State Tax Commission. So this is currently, for perspective, Lucy's Restaurant, just on Plainfield. The original estimate was $700,000 for rehab, for the bakery, cafe, and the full-service restaurant, and 26 new jobs. At the project completion, actual investment was $948,000 and had created 21 full-time jobs and 26 part-time jobs, so had actually far exceeded the commitments. And so with the recent purchase in December of 22, just simply transferring this certificate that will expire December 30th, 2025.
Colleagues, any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 5 is a resolution authorizing payments for $6,780, $2,000, and $150. I'm sorry, $850 for a temporary granting permit for the Grand Rivers Edges Trail East, Leonard Street, and Ann Street.
So moved.
Support.
Good morning, Commissioners. So the design of the Leonard to Ann Trail, this is a trail along the east edge of the Grand River between those two streets, something that we've been working on in the engineering department with the Parks Department for some time. And in order to construct this project, we are going to need to obtain 5 easements and 11 of these temporary grading permits across 15 property owners that have frontage along that stretch of the river. So temporary grading permits enable the city to enter onto private property, make minor changes, grading changes, remove vegetation, essentially provide temporary access for construction to facilitate these projects. And then in return, for the property owner, they're compensated, but then also given the commitment that the area will be restored to the same condition as it was before after the project is completed. So there are 4 properties that we're requesting your authorization of payment for today. They're located at 1535 Monroe Avenue. That's the $6,000 payment amount. 1305 Monroe Avenue is $780. And then the properties at 1221 and 1225 Monroe are the $850 amount. And finally, 55 Leonard is in the amount of $2,000. So requesting your authorization via this resolution of that amount, or those amounts, to be paid from the Capital Improvement Fund. And then we'll return to you as the remaining easements and grading permits are obtained.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions? All in favor? Aye. Number 6 is a resolution approving an increase of $120,000 for improvements to Rosa Parks Circle for a total not to exceed $3,153,000.
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Markwart, Director of Parks and Recreation. Before the contractor pulls off of this job at Rosa Parks Circle, we've got a few remaining items we are bringing in front of you for your approval, including a couple of bollard lights, a few bollard lights that have been vandalized in the park that need replacement now. A Spanish rule sign that we would like to have put up in place next to the regular English sign. And then we've got a little bit of investigation of the twinkle lights underneath the ice rink that we would like taken a look at by the contractor so that we can understand what repairs are needed there for those lights to work long term. Those lights are original to the rink when it was installed back in 2000. So just as a reminder, this project was paid for, over half of which was paid for by private philanthropic funds. The $120,000 is coming out of contingency funds from the Parks Millage.
Colleagues, any questions? Will those be LED lights?
They are LED lights.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Our resolution is number 7 would be a resolution approving an occupancy license agreement and authorizing payments for the water main and water service replacement in Page Street, Lister Court, Plainfield Avenue, and public easement northeast, and water service replacement in Carrier Street in the amount not to exceed $28,000.
So moved.
Support.
So on August 9th of last year, a contract was awarded for this work with an authorized amount not to exceed $1,464,000. And the scope of work calls for these streets to be reconstructed, including replacement of the water main, looping of the water main at the dead ends of Page Street and Lister Court, and water service line replacement, including 54 lead service line replacements. Work is anticipated to take place this 2023 construction season. So as I mentioned before, Page and Lister are dead-end streets. They're located west of Plainfield Avenue, and the ends of those streets are adjacent to property that is owned by the Grand Rapids Eastern Railroad, through which we would like to loop or connect those 2 dead-end water main segments. We seek to do that whenever possible. That provides for better water quality so that water is not stagnant at the ends of those mains, and also provides for redundancy in the event of a break. So we try to seek that whenever possible. A good faith offer was sent to the railroad's management company, and they responded with a willingness to enter into this occupancy license agreement as an alternative to the requested easement. And after consulting with our risk management and law departments, a decision was made to recommend acceptance of this occupancy license agreement that is before you today. So the resolution provides for approval of that agreement and also authorizes payments in an amount not to exceed $28,000. That payment will come from the Water System Fund through funding that's already been authorized previously for the project.
Thank you. Colleagues? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. It's approximately 9:30. The Community Development meeting committee is now at an end.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Committee of the Whole on this January 24th. We'll get started. So, Commissioners, today we have a number of action items, 4 to be exact. We have 2 briefings. And then we do have 1 executive session related to performance review. That will be at 1:30 in the Law Library. So we will make our way down there. I'll call for executive session before we go into our briefings, just so we can get that out of the way. And then I'll announce that we did, because of some illnesses, we did cancel Public Safety Committee meeting today. I know that we had some important topics on that agenda. We'll make sure that that's rescheduled and that we move forward with those updates as soon as we can. City Manager, did you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging that. And we had several key presenters who unfortunately couldn't make it to the meeting because they were infected with COVID. And so we thought in the best interest of making sure we can have a thorough conversation that we would try to reschedule that meeting when they could make it potentially next week.
Yeah, great. Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll start with our first item before us, and this is a resolution recommending approval by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission on social district permit application pursuant to Public Act 124 of 2020 for Sanchez Restaurant located at 38 Fulton Street West. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. City Clerk, you want to tell us about this item?
Yeah, this is very similar to what we've done for other organizations or other businesses in the social districts, but this gives them that application or the permit for their establishment inside that downtown district. I think at one time I think they thought they were in it, but they didn't actually apply for it, so that this gets them in there, in like the other businesses and the other establishments in the downtown district.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right, that will take us to a resolution approving a brownfield plan amendment for the 974 Front Avenue Northwest redevelopment project located at the same address, 974 Front Avenue. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Mr. Gracia, you want to tell us about this item? We did have a public hearing related to this item and had a lot of our questions answered at that time, and then we had some follow-up information as well.
Yes.
Oops.
There you go.
Yes, so this is the approving the brownfield plan amendment for that 974 Front Avenue Northwest redevelopment project. I know that there was some questions about the type of development that was there in the jobs, and we have confirmed those jobs are within sort of the standard practices of that type of office space and the expected number of office jobs that will be there. And I also understand that this project is important for the redevelopment of the riverfront on the west side and has received support from 3 of those neighborhood organizations as well as the West Side Corridor Improvement Authority.
All right.
Mayor, if I could add, I think specifically there were questions about the average salary of those that would be employed there and the rate above $20 an hour. And just for clarification, that is not the exact salary of everyone, it's the average. So there'll be some people making more, some people making less, and that's how that dollar determination is made. So it's not necessarily every position will be earning that guaranteed minimum.
Great, thanks. And Mr. Gracia, I know your department, after a project is done, you go and make sure that they met those expectations, and that will be the case for this one as well, correct?
Yes, as we will, and certainly then in a couple weeks you'll actually see the 2022 full report with all of those 5-year lookbacks, so that is correct.
Great. All right,
Thank you.
Commissioner?
From the hip, what's the average compliance for when you guys look back on projects? How often?
For 100%.
Over 100%. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gracia. And just appreciate, I think the comments from our public hearing. Sometimes we have public hearings and nobody comes and says anything. So that's part of community engagement. I just did also want to mention that this, of course, came before the Brownfield board that Commissioner Moody and I sat on, and the applicant was very actively engaged, answered the questions for that body as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that it was supported around that body unanimously, correct? Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, next we have a resolution providing for the publication of a proposed ordinance to amend Section 2.203, Sections 2.261 through 2.270 of Chapter 32 under City Stormwater Drainage System of the City of Grand Rapids Code. So can I get a motion on this?
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. So we have our city engineer, Mr. Berkman, here to tell us about this item. And it's been a while since we've had ordinance amendment under this section come before us, so you can fill us in.
Yes, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. I would also like to introduce Mr. Michael Stahl, a project manager in our engineering department, and attorney John Weiss, who is with Dickinson Wright and has served as our special counsel in preparing for this action that's before you, along with the city attorney's office. So FEMA has been working on a flood mapping modernization process across the country and throughout our state, so this is not unique to Grand Rapids. Our current floodplain maps are dated back to 1982, and we're based on a model that was developed in 1979, so clearly some time has elapsed, and certainly there were updates made along the way, but this effort that they've undertaken really kind of comprehensively overhauls and replaces those 1982 maps with much more current information. So in 2022, FEMA finalized its process of flood hazard determination, issued a new flood insurance study, and along with that, flood insurance rate maps or firm maps for Kent County, and those will go into effect through FEMA on February 23rd of 2023, so next month. Now these maps identify what are called special flood hazard areas, and these are areas that would be inundated by a flood having a 1% chance of occurring in a given year. We refer to that as the 100-year event, so 1 in 100 or 1% chance, also referred to as the base flood. The maps are based off of much newer, of course, modeling information that's accounted for land use changes that have occurred since 1982, as well as just better information in terms of elevation data and modeling software capabilities, stream flow data, and rainfall data. There were a number of changes that occurred in the 100-year floodplains where expansions or reductions occurred when you compare the new to the 1982 maps. And we did do an exercise by which we overlaid what's proposed to what was from 1982. And in general, saw a reduction of 7% in the mapped floodplain area across the city. Now, again, this is not just the Grand River. This is also Plaster Creek, Lamberton Creek, Coldbrook Creek, and Indian Mill Creek. So we're down to an area of approximately 1,500 acres that are designated as 100-year floodplain area in these new maps. So what does that mean for us in terms of actionable items and what we're requesting of you? We need to make changes to Chapter 32 of our city code, and that is a requirement to maintain our active participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, or the NFIP. That's a federal program that enables property owners in participating jurisdictions to purchase insurance to protect against losses from flooding. If a community does not participate in the NFIP, flood insurance will not be available through that program, and lenders will require owners to seek private insurance at much higher rates than is otherwise available through that program. Participation in the NFIP is also necessary to continue to receive certain federal financial assistance, including disaster relief and federal mortgage insurance. So approval of the proposed amendments will replace the existing floodplain standards that are currently in Chapter 32 of our city code with language that does two things. One, it'll adopt by reference the new flood insurance study that FEMA has developed for Kent County and those associated flood insurance rate maps that I mentioned. For purposes of administration of the Michigan Construction Code, Building Code, and Residential Code. So those 1982 maps will now become the 2023 maps. And then number two, it adopts Appendix G of the Michigan Building Code, which satisfies the minimum federal requirements. These are federal standards that are providing for flood-resistant design and construction when construction activity takes place in these designated areas. For instance, requires the top of the lowest floor elevation be at that base flood elevation plus 1 foot. Now, FEMA held a virtual public open house back in March of 2021 to review these updated maps, and that was followed with a public appeal period that ran through December of 2021. The public was notified of this and given opportunity to review and make comment. No appeals were submitted as part of that timeline. Also wanted to point out that amendments to Chapter 61, the floodplain overlay district, are also being considered by the Planning Commission at their meeting on January 26th, and that will come to you for consideration in February. But given the timeliness of what we need to have implemented with FEMA's deadline of February 23rd, wanted to move forward with this important action ahead of that subsequent action. So asking for your consideration of this ordinance at tonight's meeting with a request for immediate effect given the approaching deadline of that February 23rd date. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks. So I'm glad to see this come forward and to see the maps updated. I'm curious, were the maps impacted by some of the investments that we've made with our flood walls on the river's edge, with our stormwater separation project? Has that played into the new maps and had a positive impact on the city?
So the city's investment in the flood protection system, which is considerable along the Grand River, has been incorporated into the map since 1982. So map amendments or map revisions have been made along the way. So that was reflected as of today and will be carried forward in the new maps. One of the nuances or differences with the new maps is it does still show the 100-year floodplain areas were it not for the flood protection system, just as an additional piece of information. But again, because of the flood walls, the berms that we've built up, areas along the Grand River are protected up to and above the 100-year base flood elevation.
So even though they keep that as a part of the map, that isn't utilized to impact people's flood insurance, is it?
It's not.
It still may.
So it's a piece of information, and it may become lender specific as to whether or not that would have an impact, but we don't believe it will.
Okay, thanks. Commissioners, Commissioner Woody?
Thank you, Mr. Bergman, for this. Can I get an understanding, excuse me, an understanding in reference to the insurances that are going to be offered to the residents from FEMA? Is there different policies that the residents will purchase from FEMA when it comes to flood, or is it just one set policy?
So is that something that either of you guys can answer? Okay.
Hi, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Identify yourself.
John.
John Weiss, I'm from Dickinson Wright. I've been helping along the engineering department on this. The question is it a different insurance? The issue of it is that when a mortgage is made by a bank, eventually it gets sold into a federal program, and so that's one of the requirements is that when the federal government is taking on that risk, that they want to see these kind of baseline elements. The National Flood Insurance Program provides insurance where the private market is not going to, because of the possibility, the serious possibility of flooding in the 100-year floodplain. I think it's the numbers say it's like 6 or 7 times more likely than what a fire would be in terms of a casualty loss, and it's the federal government stepping in to be able to make sure that there's insurance provided that will satisfy private lenders when they go to do lending within the floodplain district. Does that answer your question?
It does, but at the same time, what could you tell me in reference to the cost of the flood insurance?
I couldn't really tell you that off the top of my head, and it's something I could get back to you, but really what the federal government is stepping in here as sort of a last stop. It's something that the private market wouldn't, cover anyways. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't really have a number on it. I think it would be probably dependent on risk factors that would be involved in an individual site.
And I can add to that. So, the information that FEMA puts out in their publications on this just notes that, were it not for participation in this program, the alternative would be, the exact words they use are extremely high rates. So there's a pretty large disparity between what's offered when you're a participant of this program and what you're eligible for versus if it were not available.
And my understanding, Commissioner, is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it really depends on the parcel and what is on that parcel. and it's there to mitigate and kind of temper the overall cost.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I understand that. I appreciate that. I wanted to get to a specific cost, but I know you can't give that to me. But at the same time, the community has options to use either FEMA or their own insurance agency. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that's on the record, but at the same time, I want to look at the fact that with the way the economy is going, what particular types of insurance are available that families can afford to pay. That's my number one concern.
Yeah, that's a great point, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Isasi?
I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying, Tim. So we're, the resolution's in front of us today, but then you said it'll be going to Planning Commission, another aspect of this? Can you repeat
So,
that?
yeah, that's a separate item. So what's
Okay.
going to Planning Commission is our floodplain overlay district. And so there will be specific amendments that they need to consider first before it's recommended to you as a body. But what's before you with this publication and tonight's consideration is the actual adoption of the, by reference of this new flood insurance study, the new firm maps or flood insurance rate maps, as well as that reference of Appendix G of the Michigan Building Code into Chapter 32 of our city code.
Thanks for clarifying that. I think sometimes when things come back, then people wonder what changed. So just stating now that these are two different things, but they're obviously companions. So we'll see it again. Thank you.
Right, and I'll just add to that, we had considered bringing them both together, but given the timeliness of wanting to have everything in place and lined up well ahead of that February 23rd deadline, this is the main focus of FEMA. They want to see our participation through this action. The subsequent overlay standards are important as well, but that's less of their purview or focus. That's just something we need to clean up on our end, and we'll bring that back to you in February following the Plan Commission's consideration of it.
And my understanding is we already have reference to, in our ordinance, the old study and the old maps, and this is adopting the new ones.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. All right.
Thank
And
you.
we'll have it back before us tonight. All right. Next, that will take us to a resolution accepting the 2022 Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan for Grand Rapids and Kent County and other community partners. Can I get a motion?
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We have Miss Allison Froley here, but I also want to acknowledge our Chief Lehman, who helps lead this effort around mitigation as well as really all things emergency that we need to be prepared for. So Chief, thanks for being here. Thanks for all your work. And I'll turn it over to Allison.
Sure. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. So today, this has obviously been a project that we've been working on for a couple years now. And we are at the point where our regional hazard mitigation plan has been finalized and given the green light by FEMA and the state of Michigan, so that we are moving forward to adopt this hazard mitigation plan. And just wanted to give a quick review of this project, since we've been working on this for a couple years, and it's a pretty large plan that we have here in our community. As noted, we originally developed the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan for the City of Grand Rapids, Kent County, and other partners in 2006. And since then, it is required by FEMA to be reviewed and updated every 5 years. So we've been consistently doing that. The latest version, which was last adopted in 2017, expired on June 27th of last year. So that's why we are here adopting the new version. Our goal was to have this ready for adoption before the expiration date, but unfortunately due to backlogs with the state and FEMA, we just got approval of this a couple weeks ago. So what is a mitigation plan? I just want to remind everybody what this is. There's a variety of different plans that go into play around the world of emergency management. And this plan specifically identifies the hazards in the community. So primarily hazard mitigation plans look at natural hazards, but we also incorporated human-made and technological through this to get a more holistic approach to what hazard mitigation looks like for us. We then evaluate and prioritize those identified hazards hazards, and then take those and develop mitigation strategies and actions that are then identified in this plan that we use to have a focus for the next 5 years. This is not a response plan. It is not a recovery plan. It is merely looking at the hazards we have and how can we mitigate against those different hazards. There is 3 objectives that go along with this hazard mitigation plan. First and foremost, the goal of this is to reduce risks from natural, human-made, and technological hazards. This also provides guidance to help reduce the impact of identified hazards. So with this, we really look at specifically the impacts of climate change. I know that's been a big factor in a lot of the different changes in the hazards that we are seeing. Also looking at any type of equitable focuses that we want to have on those hazards. And then third, as this is actually pretty important outside of just having this guidance, is also that we meet the requirement that FEMA has for jurisdictions to be eligible to apply for hazard mitigation grant funding, which the city of Grand Rapids has done over the last few years to get different hazard mitigation grants. So for this new updated version of the Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan, these were the 4 top hazards that came into play through the identification and the prioritization of this plan. Obviously, number 1 is public health emergencies. This is primarily due to the impacts of COVID. And what we generally see through this process, it's usually very much the most recent hazards that definitely come into play into the updates of these plans. So that's why public health is obviously number 1. Obviously, and then moving into infrastructure failures are next. Flooding and erosion, as we just talked about, floodplains is a big topic of consideration, and then severe weather. So those are the top 4 hazards that were identified in this plan that really drove the development of the different action plans that are identified in this update. So just give a quick overview of the regional action plans that were developed in response to those list of hazards that were prioritized. There was 4 different objectives that were created to give us direction for how we would then identify mitigation projects and ensure that any type of hazard mitigation applications were aligned with these action plans. That is a requirement to be able to receive funding. So the first objective is focusing on education and awareness. These are the different actions that were identified for this, focusing on promoting life and safety through public education, hazard analysis, and early warning. Second objective focuses on the structure and infrastructure. This is to help reduce loss of life and property damage with disaster-resistant structures, equipment, and communication. Third objective is to then focus on natural system protection. This is to minimize damage and losses by preserving or restoring the functions of natural systems. I will make note that we are in the process of putting in a hazard mitigation application right now that identifies with Action 3.1 here. This is where we're doing some hydraulic studies to help with some flooding mitigation in the city that we're hoping to get. And then objective 4, the last one, is local plans and regulations. And this is to incorporate hazard mitigation consideration into land use planning, resource management, and land development processes. So these are the 4 objectives around the regional action plans that were developed. And again, these are broad and high level and vague on purpose to ensure that we have flexibility to when we go and put in hazard mitigation applications over the next 5 years to be able to show alignment to our hazard mitigation plan. And just to close out, just remind you all of the importance of this adoption is to not only have this plan to give us guidance around hazard mitigation at all levels, but also to ensure that we can continue the opportunity to apply for FEMA hazard mitigation grants over the next 5 years. And with that, I am here for some questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? City Manager, did you have a comment?
I wanted, first of all, thank Ms. Feroli for her leadership and all of the departments that were contributors to this plan and all of our regional partners as well. And I think what we're hearing both with the briefing recently with the flood mitigation discussion around the adoption of the national maps, as well as our discussion around hazard mitigation, which one of the events is weather-related, is the ongoing concern of climate impact and how, as a community, we need to be resilient in preparing for these incidents. And of course, we need to do all we can to prevent and mitigate the harm, climate reduction. But I think it does help us with our practical readiness and preparedness. And going back into the conversation earlier, at least in terms of flood mitigation in our engineering efforts, the combination of that in terms of having 7% less property in the flood zone, hopefully will have residents have a better quality of life. Both in terms of not being impacted by flood or lowering the cost of flood insurance. And to Commissioner Moody's question earlier, on average with the previous flood maps, it was about $700 a year on average. That's national average. So with this flood map, it might change. But what we've recognized here is that we need preparedness as a region. We need it as a city. And I think the implementation of our own emergency management office to help us with these preparedness efforts in 2020 has proven to be very, very helpful in making sure that we can be as resilient and prepared as a community as possible. So again, I want to thank Ms. Ferroli for her efforts.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. Well said. And thanks for finding that number for us. All right. Any other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Hi, good morning. So I am referencing slide 3, so where you talk about what a hazard mitigation plan is and is not. So this morning, we recognized and appropriated a FEMA regional catastrophic preparedness grant. So I'm wondering if there's a connection between those two. That's my first question.
So yes, so this morning there was part of the budget amendment was funding from the regional catastrophic preparedness grant that my office was awarded in the late fall. So that is a preparedness grant, so it's not mitigation. So there is a separate there. It's there's a lot of funding opportunities that FEMA has. There's non-disaster and disaster, and so the preparedness grant is a non-disaster related grant. When we have disasters that across the country, FEMA actually allocates money into the hazard mitigation grant program. And so that really drives a lot more of the funding opportunities. So there is a difference in those grants. So that preparedness grant will be able to allow us to do a threat and hazard identification risk assessment on the city, and that will look at everything wholeheartedly, so even more in depth than what we did on this hazard mitigation plan, and then also working with stakeholders and our community to better understand their level of preparedness. That will give the Office of Emergency Management an opportunity to identify where we need to do proper investments without making assumptions. That will also allow us to hopefully to hire a grant-funded position that will focus on public outreach and education to then work in parallel with that assessment to then to be able to find ways of educating our community and building that resilience.
Great, that's helpful. So my second question is, so this mentions that this plan is not a response plan, it's not a recovery plan. Sounds like kind of both grants that you just mentioned are about kind of research and preparedness. So do you know who is, including us, who is actually doing the actual response plan? So when something happens, what action do we follow?
Yep. So there's many different plans that go into play that my office is in charge of. So the hazard mitigation plan is just one very foundational plan. We also have a emergency operations plan. That's where it's a operations whole community all hazards plan that then gives us an overarching framework of how we respond to different incidents and hazards. And then there is the need to develop a recovery plan, which is on the docket of the future next step for my office to develop. So there's many different plans. Honestly, the list can go for a very long time to get us up to make sure that we have everything covered. But there is different plans that my office is in charge of, including those that I've just stated.
Wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I should add, the plans are specific to City of Grand Rapids and what we would do in an emergency, but then also what we would do with our partners. And then we do have drills and other practices that we do in partnership with the county and other partners in the region to make sure that if it's a regional disaster, we're prepared for that as well. So Allison wears many hats and is doing work both internally at the city and then really closely with our community partners so that we are prepared for both disaster and non-disaster events.
Mayor, if I could clarify. So while this is what you're talking about, not the plan that we're proposing for response and recovery for commission approval, there are numerous departmental operational plans for both response and recovery that departments train and prepare for continuously. There's continuity of operations plans at the department and operational level. So I didn't want the public to be confused that while we're not adopting a formal plan for FEMA standards by this governing body, that there's not operational plans that allow us to be on the readiness to respond to various incidents.
And the value of this plan and this work is it's an analysis of the hazards and the gaps where we need to focus and then how we potentially can mitigate those.
Correct. This is very much focused on mitigation. Historically, this is really driven, why this is all together is because of the river, the Grand River, and where these communities are connected. So that's really the driving force of the reason why it's a regional plan, is there's a lot of that connection there.
Yeah, thanks. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Ms. Feroli and City Manager for just providing that. I think, we come to these meetings and we have topics, but there is this common thread that, 2017, I wasn't here, so appreciate that history and background. Those who are new on the commission might not know that Ms. Feroli was actually doing emergency management in Charlottesville prior to coming to the city of Grand Rapids and has quite extensive experience for all of these sorts of preparedness, recovery, mitigation. But that was one of the questions that I had. I think it was like, how do we reduce the risk? And when I look at the theme of public health emergencies, and we just saw 2 mass shootings. And if I'm missing count, please let me know, because I think this is a concern that I hear from constituents, a concern I certainly have, parents and schools. And so would that, what I would call mass violence, whether it be utilizing a gun or other methods, is that also, does the agency see that in terms of a public health emergency?
So when you say agency, are we referring to
for
FEMA?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. So they look at 3 different levels of disaster, and human made, which would include active shooter, is definitely a top issue of concern. And so I think one thing with this plan, the hazard mitigation plan, is definitely we touched on those areas, but historically it's been focused mainly on natural. I will tell you, with the grant that is coming forward into the Office of Emergency Management, that assessment that we're looking to do will then further look into these areas of risk and gaps that we have to be able to identify where we need to work together to close those gaps. So I think we are making the right moves and doing the right plan development and assessments to get a full understanding of what's happening in our community. So, and then to where we can then, through the Office of Emergency Management, work with you all and other department leads to identify where we want to invest in those areas to close those gaps.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments?
Does any of the does any of the grants that you apply for, can any of that money help people whose insurance may cost more than they can actually afford? I mean, I heard the $700 a year, that's $58 a month, but if you're living off of Social Security or whatever, $58 is a lot of money.
To my knowledge at this point, I am not aware of a FEMA-related grant that could assist in those ways. But I think that is definitely an area of education that is very important in our community that, again, this other grant and position I'm looking to bring into play will really help us to work with our community and educate them on what insurances look like and the costs, and where we can then figure out maybe we can create some private-public partnerships to close those gaps to help our community be more resilient with that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, City Manager, did you want to follow up on that, or can I call the question?
Yeah, you go ahead, Mayor. I was just going to say we can follow up off dais and see what resources are available for the public.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. All right, Commissioners, I think I'll ask for a motion to go in executive session. This is again at 1:30 down in the Law Library for a performance review with our city attorney. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved and supported, and it's a voice vote, so I'll start down here with Commissioner Knight.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes.
Commissioner Moody? Commissioner O'Connor?
Yes.
Commissioner Isasi? Yes, and I'm a yes. So after the briefings, we can go directly down to sixth floor. Oh, not directly. I take that back. Hopefully this won't go till 1:30, but we'll see. We'll see if it does. We will meet back at 1:30 for executive session in the Law Library. All right, with that, that's our action items and what we need to vote on this morning. The next two items are overviews and briefings. The very first one is an overview of economic development tools and incentives. We did get a briefing on this at the last Economic Development Project team. However, my understanding is that some additional information has been added to the presentation today, and we do have our our Director of Economic Development, Mr. Gracia, as well as Tim Raz from The Right Place, here to join him to answer any questions after the presentation. City Manager, did you want to add anything before I turn it over to Mr. Gracia?
Mayor, I know there's been a lot of discussion at various public hearings around the purpose and use of some of the incentives that we offer to help with development, specifically with housing in our community. And I know that there are varying perspectives around the utility and the effectiveness of them. And so Mr. Grassi is going to provide an overview of those, and hopefully that will answer any questions that commissioners might have about how these tools are used, bringing forth, and also provide more insight to the public.
Great.
And I'll just be very candid. There's been a lot of discussion at our meetings about, the assistance in corporate development versus the need of reallocating some of those resources for individuals. So it's been phrased as, the difference between quote unquote corporate welfare versus how those resources might be used. And so what I hope is that our conversation today will help us have this conversation in a way that shows that the assistance that is provided in business development provides a benefit not only to the developer, but how it might also help to provide a greater community benefit and benefit more than just the applicant.
Thanks, City Manager. All right. Mr. Gracia.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, this presentation was provided at the EDBT meeting the last commission meeting and the first meeting of 2023. We'll have a couple new slides that will be primarily focused on the why and the outcomes of our work, specifically in our incentive programs utilizing housing development. So I'd like to just start a little bit, give you a little bit about why we use these tools. And so from an economic development standpoint, this city is competing on a global level. So we're competing not only with other states and other cities in the Midwest, but truly we're competing on a global level. And as the second largest city in Michigan, these tools are necessary and important to make sure we remain competitive in those landscapes. And certainly, as you talk about business retention, expansion, and attraction to compete in that global economy, those are things that we work very closely with our regional partners and our state partners when we're helping our existing companies grow, helping them expand and retain their operations here, and also when we receive and work on those leads of business attraction. and those folks that are considering our market, as well as existing companies that might say, hey, we're not sure that this Grand Rapids is long-term, and because we're a global company, and we have a lot of those in Grand Rapids, and so that's one of the ways that we use these tools, and we'll talk a little about that, some examples in a later slide. But again, what we also talk about is this is to facilitate development on those obsolete and vacant properties, those infill development opportunities that you have in a urban city. And so land mass and the utilization of that space can be limiting from time to time. And we also got to understand that they got to use that to level the playing field with greenfield development. A lot of these projects can happen in those areas that don't have, have not been developed, and outside of the city and other parts of the states and country. And again, this is helping to level that playing field with utilizing these tools. Also, with a rich history of manufacturing and who we are as a city and an urban city, unfortunately, we have to utilize these tools to rehab and vacant, contaminated, and or obsolete buildings. We want to make sure that we are utilizing those existing spaces when it's possible. Sometimes it can't be, and so we're not looking to replace or displace productive uses when we can. But there are times that is necessary based on environmental concerns, and so we got to utilize these to facilitate those developments of, again, vacant, contaminated, or empty and obsolete buildings. And all in all, again, this is supporting environmental assessments and cleanup and safe reuse of contaminated sites that you're going to put people and jobs and potential residents in, and we need to ensure that those contaminants are removed and done so in an efficient manner, and also worked into the overall development. And again, we do these programs because we do mixed-use developments. We'll support housing diversity, meeting demands across different income regions, and we'll talk a little about that as well in the next slide. But also, as you all maybe we're driven by our equitable economic development and mobility strategic plan. And these incentives looking at or encourage and incentivize those development opportunities across the city. None of our programs are ward specific per se. There may be neighborhood or census tract or neighborhood of focus, but the reality is we're trying to develop the city. And again, since January of 2021, we've asked all of our projects that are seeking incentive support to submit an inclusion plan. And you all see those in each project, and they're highlighted. And to date, we've committed $48 million through those projects. And so that's an important part of why we use these tools to help facilitate business and mixed-use development. I also want to point just this bar graph very quickly. So individual policies will provide bonuses for additional years of incentive depending on what additional housing units, if there's more bus stops for mobility purposes, specifically on commercial corridors, LEED certification and other pieces that are getting them bonuses. And again, by our city commission policy, we're encouraging them to do those things to meet our mobility and development goals. And we're rewarding that, but understand there's an increased cost in working with the developer to achieve those outcomes. So I want to transition a little bit to the housing question, and just to give some perspective on the rental housing needs. You can see that, and we've referred to that as our housing needs assessment that was completed in July of 2020, and it gives you a little breakdown on those AMI ranges where we're looking at for 2025, and we understand it. And for context, we've tracked that, and you can see on the right-hand side, since 2020. The 15 housing projects that we've supported through the Economic Development Office have resulted in over 1,100 units, planned units. Now, some of those are completed, some of them are still under start construction, but the reality is there's 1,100 units in there, and if you break that down, there's over 400 that are in the less than 80% AMI. And and as well as 60%. And so what's important about that is we can stack, when appropriate, our incentive programs, which you'll see those tax increment financing and tax abatement programs, remediation grants. You've seen EAGLE grants come across the city commission and respective Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And we can partner up with light tech projects that are really, really focused on, say, 80% or less, maybe in the 60% even or less AMI projects. So, and we've done those projects in fact of the Union Suites on Coit, the Boston Square project that's to be constructed. They utilize LIHTC as well as brownfield and other tools to make sure that those mixed income housings were achieved in the project. And so again, we support all those through brownfield revolving loan funds and grants, historic credits, investment tax credits. We're putting the package together with the development team as well as the community, because we do ask in these programs that the business associations and our neighborhood associations have engagement and provide letter of support when the legislation requires it to do so. So we'll talk a little about how the tax abatements work, right? So these programs, you'll see them as OPRA, obsolete property rehabilitation, IFT, industrial facilities tax exemption, NEZ, neighborhood enterprise zones, and commercial facility exemptions. So the takeaway is when that blue line is the baseline as a property sits today. And so when a project comes in, obviously there's going to be incremental value based on the investment of the project itself. And so that red hash line represents that incremental value. The red line will be the new value with that incremental value added in and increased taxes related to that project. So again, these projects will work in helping reduce the amount of those taxes so that, again, that can be reinvested into the project in other ways. But what's important is after that abatement expires, the taxes will return to 100% of what they would have been, what they are at that time. So we do an OPRA for 9 years. In year 10, that will go to full tilt for its tax purposes. Now, what's also important about this is that this does not provide any money up front. It does not reduce taxes from the current level. It limits the increase in new taxes resulting from the investment to be put back into the pro forma and for the project to go, and only provides the value after project completion. And again, as we discussed and mentioned this morning, we do survey and report those outcomes back each 5 years as we do our annual report. So we're going back and checking and saying, hey, this is the project, but again, no money up front, only done upon project completion. So that's the tax abatement programs. So as you go into the tax increment financing programs, which is the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority work, this is the largest number of projects that you'll see on a regular basis coming through this body for public hearings and review and approval. Again, this sets a base tax at the time of the implementation of the approval, of the Brownfield plan. And again, you're going to have tax increment revenues captured based on that new investment to be reimbursed on that eligible property to only reimburse eligible costs. It's very specific by legislation that says you only do things such as demolition, site preparation, environmental cost. And all those things that we talk about again as doing urban development and helping level the playing field of infill development and redevelopment of sites across the city. But again, it is tax increment capture based on the project itself. That money, again, is not provided up front. It does not reduce taxes from those current levels. It only captures that portion to be used for the reimbursement. And again, it is reimbursed after project is complete. And we also survey and report the outcomes on each of these projects. So just to give you a little idea of how these programs work. So everything except that brownfield tax increment in the middle are all the tax exempt programs that we just described in 2 slides prior to this. This just gives you an idea for you yourself and even your businesses and constituents in your respective wards. If they would say, well, hey, I have a project XYZ, do you think I could, right? Now this is just to get a general evaluation. It is not the final determination. Our office will work with those folks to make sure that we can maximize the assistance possible, but this just gives you a general idea how those projects meet some of those minimum eligible requirements per the legislation that we're looking for to assist with. So again, I wouldn't want you to say, look at this and say, hey, well, I see a no box because for example, a neighborhood enterprise zone that's a multifamily with we first would say, are you going to have retail? Because if they say no retail, the answer is no. but most of our projects are be utilizing retail, so that's why they become a yes. And then we'll go look at those projects. And again, most of those projects, even recently, have included housing units with them. So this slide, again, is just a little more detail into the previous slide of each of the programs themselves and their eligibility criteria, the benefit they provide, the duration by our city commission policies, some projects that are recent that you can drive by and see today and give some context of how those projects were utilized, these particular incentives. You know, those geographic areas of the city that we would be looking for. And again, all of these programs are submitting an inclusion plan. So any of these projects are submitting an inclusion plan. We're asking them, we're saying, hey, this is an important part of our equitable economic development and mobility strategic plan. It's part of our city's values and goals, objectives in terms of equity. And so we've had great success with that. And again, that's one different way that we are putting equity into our development patterns and these support projects that we're looking at. So how do these work in practice? So generally speaking, these are kind of the buckets, how these programs across the top typically fit into the type of projects that you will see coming forth for review, public hearings, and your approval. So on the left, you'll see the real estate development projects, those mixed-use projects, multifamily housing projects, significant infrastructure improvements and parking ramp things that typically are using those projects from brownfield TIF to the left. On the right, you'll see those other three programs. And again, those are sort of the business development pieces for business attraction and expansion, office or industrial, and significant machinery and equipment investments. Now, you see there's an overlap in this diagram. So again, each project is very unique, and just because it's not listed on one side, but generally this is kind of the buckets, how these projects fall in to the specific incentive program that are listed across the top. So some additional tools that we facilitate out of our office that you will see from time to time, and others that are really, we empower our corridor improvement authorities to do themselves in their respective business districts. So if you look at the first, the EDC private tax exempt bond financing, really focused through our economic development corp. Those are rare. We kind of only bring those every now and then, but typically those are, nonprofit senior assisted living, to refinance expansions or significant renovations. And we've seen a couple of those over the last few years. The local Brownfield Revolving Fund is really, again, through the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. Again, that's helping to close some gaps in some of those projects that may not be as large in some of their smaller scale incremental development projects that can still utilize brownfield work to help support the project, and can utilize the success of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority program. That again, one thing that you should note is after the Brownfield Redevelopment the tax capture is complete, for an additional up to 5 years, we're taking that capture and putting it into our local Brownfield Revolving Fund. And so then we're just utilizing that to, into successes of those projects to reinvest in even some of those smaller scale, incremental development projects that may not need a $1 million, $2 million brownfield redevelopment plan. Environmental site assessment grant, again, something that we've really taken through our new policy, through Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, to again, putting grants to do those environmental due diligence, again, prioritizing neighborhoods of focus, first-time developers, and new and expanding locally owned businesses. And that has been proved fruitful. In fact, just in 2022, we've put over $170,000 through that program. And again, just the quick environmental site assessment that your lender or if you're buying even a building at all, we recommend that you do. And it's if you're doing this in neighborhood of focus, it's 100% reimbursement. Then you have your Corridor Improvement Authority facade grants. Again, that money that is available to those corridor improvements is a tax increment revenue program. And so you're collecting tax increment to be reinvested back to your corridor improvement authorities. And again, we'll talk about this in the next slide in terms of the significant amount of investment that those go through. And then those corridor improvement development support policies that, again, we're empowering the corridor improvement authorities to support those projects that are meeting our overall development goals and their neighborhood development goals to help with getting investment in their neighborhoods. So how does this all work when you kind of wrap this up in terms of how we utilize these programs in the last calendar year? So 17 separate projects went through, new private investment of $245 million. And we've provided you how that ward breakdown in terms of dollars for each respective ward. And one additional thing that I will add is for the first ward of that $89.7 million, that represented to 7 projects. The second ward of the $83.7 million is through 5 projects, and the third ward of that $71.6 million is covered through 5 individual projects. As we know, we've also had a focus on driving investment in our neighborhoods of focus. So you can see we've also provided $95 million of that $245 million were projects located in the neighborhood of focus. That's 9 of the 17 projects took place in the neighborhood of focus. That $95 million is just under 40% of the total investments in 2022 took place in neighborhoods of focus. I can tell you with authority that without some of these incentive programs, many of those investments probably wouldn't take place. In fact, we would probably still be talking with a lot of them about how we're going to cover those gaps and how it would pencil, specifically environmental remediation and some of the work they need to do, demolition, to get the project off the ground, literally. And we know the importance of that, and we see that the neighborhood and focus investments has proven that. So again, we also touch base a little bit what our corridor improvement authorities are, how they're reinvesting their tax increment revenues. So just under $1 million of reinvestment last year through our 6 corridor improvement authorities and 1 business improvement district. Just to give you a perspective how that $990,000 was invested. So in total, there's 79 total projects. 41 facade grants. Again, those are grants directly to the small, medium-sized business owner. And we invested just under $500,000 to those business owners. Public art support, we also know the importance and value of that to placemaking in those neighborhoods. And we've supported just over $68,000, even supporting more specifically a local minority-owned arts organization, the Diatribe, to do those projects specifically in the 49507. And so that's a really important piece that the corridor improvement authorities and bids can do. And then streetscape enhancements. Again, all those things that make the places around the business match the development opportunities, and making sure that those streetscape enhancements are making the investments for those particular areas to make sure that it is a welcoming place and you other folks are seeing the investment and want to be a part of that community, specifically in those neighborhoods. And again, a little over $430,000 of those streetscape enhancements in 2022. So that is kind of our local impact and our focus of our projects. I'm going to ask Tim Mraz, who's with The Right Place, in terms of how we work together as sort of a regional perspective, how these programs that we administer through our office and the city itself work through The Right Place in terms of their economic development and community development work. Tim?
Great, thanks. Welcome, Mr. Raz. And for those who don't know, we work really closely with The Right Place around economic development in our city and regionally, and then our city manager serves on the board of The Right Place.
Well, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Manager. Good morning, Commission. Thank you for the invite to come and speak this morning. In addition to talking about the partnership, I also want to make some comments about just the overall context of what we're looking at in terms of economic development. We work around the region. We cover a 13-county region, but we also are the ones that are responsible for doing a lot of the business attraction around the country and around the world, and in bringing businesses and making sure that they know about Grand Rapids. So, I will start with this. For those of you that are aware, our state economic development organization is called the MEDC, the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. They are the ones that hold all of our state incentive tools. So many times when you see the news headlines that come out and say X company received, $200,000, $600,000, $1 million, whatever it is in tax incentives or a grant, a lot of that is coming from the state level. The important thing to know there is almost every single program that's done through the MEDC and the state of Michigan requires local support. And if you don't have local support, you're not eligible to go after those state monies. It's just a philosophical thing that the state of Michigan believes in. They say, if you're not going to support the project locally with some sort of sweat equity or some sort of way, shape, or form, why should they come to the table with $400,000 for you? So the tools and the tools and the incentive programs and the resources that the city of Grand Rapids has built over the years. I will say, working in the region and working around the state is probably one of the most comprehensive set of tools that you guys have. So you guys should be proud of that. You should be proud of that tool set. But it gives you, those tools are needed though to be put to use as we partner together when we're bringing projects here to the Grand Rapids area, and we're working with Jeremiah and Jono and his team, to bring those projects here. Those local incentives and support tools, are needed, to elevate those projects to the next level. So, I will say, before we go to the context, these guys are a tremendous group to work with. We love working with the economic development team at the city. So they do a tremendous job for us. In the larger context of things, one of the things I will say is that, we need to realize is that Grand Rapids and the Grand Rapids area is the fastest growing area in the state of Michigan. We are leading the state in growth. That's a good and a bad thing. It comes with its growth challenges, and we talked about several of those here this morning. But we are the fastest growing city in the state. Many of us have come from other communities that have experienced similar growth trajectory like that. And we have said this for the 37 years that the Right Place has been around. Once you put the foot on the accelerator and you start growing, the minute you take the foot off the accelerator, it's really hard to find the accelerator again. So I think there's a way that we can, what my boss says, walk and chew gum at the same time. But we can grow, and we can grow equitably, and we can grow together as a community. But one of the things we have to realize is that as the economic development organization, we have seen the road littered with communities that have experienced tremendous growth and said, whoa, we're stopping, we're good. It's really hard to start that again. They end up being left by the side of the road. So, one of the ones I'll give it as an example is Indianapolis. Indianapolis, on a 3 to 5 year basis, either through politics or through budgeting or through a variety of reasons, they're either in the program, they're either in economic development or they're out of economic development. And so, for developers around the country that are looking for projects to do and looking for growing communities to invest in, it's always a questionable market. Right now, I will say Grand Rapids is the darling child, of the country. I went to dinner last week with a developer that has done several projects in Northern California. He did several projects in Oregon. He's now based out of, I think, Birmingham, on the other side of the state, and had dinner with him, and he had nothing but glowing things to say about Grand Rapids. Compared to projects he's done around the country, he said, I love this city. I love how you guys are structured. I feel like you guys are my advocate. So I'll leave it on that high note if you guys have any questions.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll add a couple things. I've been in a number of meetings over my time as mayor when we're making the case to a company why they should come here to Grand Rapids instead of Chicago or Louisville or Nashville or Columbus. And it is very competitive, and companies do have an opportunity to decide where they want to build another headquarters or set up shop or open a business. And in order for us to stay competitive and get in those rooms to make the case why Grand Rapids, it really does require some of the support that we receive from the Right Place and also the MEDC. So I'm really grateful for all of your work, as well as our partners at the MEDC who join us in making the case for not just Michigan, but for Grand Rapids. So thank you, Tim, for being here. I will add one more thing, and then I'll open it up for questions. So, Commissioners, first, Mr. Gracia, thank you for the update. Thank you for adding some of the slides that you added today. I appreciate slide number 10. And just a reminder for individuals who are not familiar with our neighborhoods of focus actually are divided up, some of them in the 3rd ward and some of them in the 1st ward. If my memory serves me right, we have at least 10 or 11 in the 1st ward. So having investment in those 17 census tracts is really key. It's been a priority of mine and a priority of this body for a long time. And I appreciate all the work that the city staff have done and the departments have done to really invest in those census tracts where we know there's been disinvestment over the years. So thank you. And I'll start with Commissioner O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Tim and Jeremiah. I really appreciate this, and thank you, City Manager, for making this happen. It's something I've been asking for a while. I think it's very helpful for not only this body, but for the public to have a better understanding of, what we do as a city and, kind of what lane we're in and what lane other people play in terms of, other entities like the Right Place who support economic development, as well as the private sector that creates and builds some of these opportunities. There's one thing I don't think that it was alluded to, but maybe not mentioned, is the with either abatement or increment, we talked about the brownfield that we just approved shortly ago, about the jobs that were created, right? So those 10 jobs at $29 an hour create a pool of income tax revenue that the city collects. And so historically speaking, as we've looked as the commission approves an abatement or an increment, we use that delta, I guess, between the property taxes we are foregoing in the short term is typically offset by the income tax revenue that is created by the jobs that are created. And, historically speaking, it's always kind of been if the increment is less than the income tax that we're going to capture, we say yes, because it's, general fund dollars, income tax dollars are general fund dollars, right? Those are the most flexible dollars we as the commission and the city have in terms of how we can spend those dollars, how we can allocate those dollars, how we can leverage those dollars to do other things. And if we look at property tax dollars, those come in and they're often, they're restricted. They get shared with other entities like the county or the schools. We get those dollars, and some of those dollars even have strings for us. So it seems to me that it's always a pretty fair trade to give up a property tax dollar in the short term to gain an income tax dollar that gives us more flexibility in how we can leverage those dollars to do other things. And so I think that's just an important caveat. And you speaking to the fact that it's typically 100% compliance with those, that we are we're getting really flexible dollars, and then it's kind of like a balloon payment at the end. Sure. That not only did we then gain those income tax dollars, which we assume will also grow over the long term as wages increase and people get raises and the economy grows, those dollars continue to increase over the lifespan of that, and then you get a balloon payment at the end where when that property's back on the rolls and you're collecting all the property tax dollars, now you've got two revenue streams coming into the city's coffers that we can continue to use to provide public good.
And Commissioner, just to add, I appreciate you making that comment. And to add, the property tax that we collect once it's back, we're collecting 100% is significantly more than what the base was when it was underdeveloped or sitting vacant.
Absolutely. So I just wanted that to be, you to confirm that is a calculation that you look at when you're considering incentives.
Yeah, we're certainly, and even when we bring these projects forth for public hearings and approval, we do provide that information at the bottom of our projected, income tax and property tax impacts for every project, and we do report that out and survey and report that out.
Cool. I guess one of the questions I have, again, and I think I know the answer, but I think it's important that we talk about it, is, are any of these pools of funds limited in scope? They're not. It's not like there's a pot of money sitting aside which could be exhausted if we give it to one project and we don't give it to the other project, right? Like almost all of these opportunities are you as someone from the development community making an investment. You have to spend the money in order to get something that gets paid back over an amortized period of time. It's not like maybe there's a few circumstances, but for the most part, brownfield or neighborhood enterprise zone or obsolete property tax abatements or brownfield, there's not a finite amount of them available that once they're exhausted, someone else doesn't have access to get them. It's a tool that if you're willing to make the investment under a qualified category, you can access that tool. So, if I do it, the mayor can't have it. We can both take advantage of these programs because that's how the programs are set up.
Yeah, generally speaking, for the tax abatement programs and tax increment revenue, brownfield specifically, there are few that have budgetary limitations. Would be the local brownfield revolving fund and environmental site assessment grant, but that is really indicative of the particular projects that are rolling off or committing those last 5 years, those additional 5 years that are putting into that local brownfield. So by our policy, we do have a percentage of the overall dollar amount being put into the local brownfield revolving fund. I think it's 20% for the ESI. But again, what we foresee is we won't exceed that limit just based on the timing of projects, because again, you're doing projects at completion. Right, and so you may approve something, and then that you have a little bit of time, and then there's a rollover. So, but there is a limit on those budgets. But again, we haven't hit those limits to date.
Yeah, and I would say the only other one that comes to mind is transformational brownfield. Like when the state set up that pot through the MEDC, it's for so many projects each year, and there's a cap. But that's totally
And no one's
different.
taking advantage of that yet.
Yeah.
So.
Well, not in Grand Rapids, but hopefully, because Detroit is. So.
And then my last question is just around the neighborhood enterprise zone. I know a few years ago we created some new bonuses and such in NEZ that, at some point I'd love to get an update on, of the things that we created, who's taken advantage of them, whether it's I installed a bus stop, so I got X. I just to kind of understand what the history of that, to know if those bonuses that we developed are working or not, or if they need to be changed. And then just looking at NEZ as a qualification, it needs to have a retail on the ground floor as a requirement of NEZ. We recently changed our zoning code to allow for main floor housing in TBA, and so just wondering if we maybe need to reassess that policy with the changing dynamic of retail in our community, and a focus on housing and a focus on allowing residential to exist in main floors, if that's something we need to look at in that program, so that potentially NEZs could be utilized for projects that have housing on the main floor.
So for on the second slide, which is that investment criteria bonuses from 2016 to 22, gives you a little bit of breakdown. So the largest bonuses have been provided specifically through affordable housing units or the type of diversity. So you'll see when we do, like the NEZ policy will say, if you're creating a type of housing that is less than 20% of the available housing in that area, you get a bonus. Mm-hmm. So again, that's driving housing diversity within the neighborhood for those projects. And so I think what you're asking specifically about NEZ, this is combined of all those programs. So I have to look a little bit, but I can get back to what your question is specifically for NEZ.
Very good.
Yep.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gracias, for this report. I am one who believes in economic development, believes in the growth of a city. So you're right, where our city is growing tremendously, and there's still a lot more that needs to be done. I appreciate the local brownfield revolving fund. But what I need to get a better understanding of is that the difference between the grant in terms of its application and the TIF loans. Are there any interest on the grants, and are there any interest on the TIF loans?
On the grants, no. On the loan, that's set by the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, but those are going to be very favorable to the development themselves. But the grants, there is no interest.
Okay, but as far as the interests are concerned, is there a standard interest rate for those TIF loans?
I have to remember the policy is less than zero, right? I want to say 1%, but it is zero, the policy. And we just revisited that policy 2 years ago. So those are very favorable. That's a very favorable program that is being utilized. So just to give you an idea, last year, $2.6 million was invested through that program. Really important to those small scale projects.
Yeah, great. I'm not complaining about it. I want to make sure what the interest rate is, because if I can get a TIF loan, I'll make sure I can pay it.
We're not.
That's why I'm glad you serve on the Brownfield Authority, Commissioner. Commissioner Sassi, our other appointee to the Brownfield Authority.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Gracia. And I think, we had this, 2 weeks ago, but it's nice to see the updates. Thank you, Mayor, for talking about neighborhoods of focus. Commissioner O'Connor talking about, obviously, where does the money, income tax base and that piece to grow that. I think we had some of those conversations, particularly when we had some bigger projects in front of us for the last couple of years, thinking about like the Perigo project and things like that. I did have, I think two comments. One, obviously, looking at this, thank you, Tim, for being here too, really kind of explaining the ecosystem that exists, but also wanting to pull out some other tools that have existed, particularly I think about like the Amplify project in the 3rd Ward or with the VITA and some of the work that the neighbors engage with. So I think like some of these pieces that are coming part of economic development might not have a state public actor, those pieces, but I think that would also be good to have because that was a pretty transformational project, and we've seen some of it come through on some other pieces. But again, just thinking about how do we bring in some of these tools and give some of our new colleagues some of this context and history. So that's one. Secondly, I think serving on our North Corridor, and now in the last couple of years being able to do those facade improvements for businesses, that has such an impact to our businesses. And so I just want to say thank you, particularly to Vera and other members and Jessica in the past, just really making sure that our CIAs understand what's available to them. It can make a really large difference. I know obviously all of our CIAs have different amounts. Jeremiah and I have talked about how do we, make that money even easier to access, because sometimes we know the work gets done, you're submitting that, and there can be a delay in that reimbursement process. But I really appreciate that. I think let's not take for granted. I think sometimes we talk about this really big money, and for some businesses that 5,000 or 10,000 or 20, that's going to go for those improvements. I think people not even being aware, and then they're coming to those meetings and they're like, this is something that I can do, and it's supporting that business district. So want to highlight the really big things and then those things sort of on that Main Street level.
Yeah, and thank you. And for those who aren't aware, every single one of you serve on one of the CIAs in your ward. So thank you for your work on those and really navigating, especially over the last several years, some of the CIAs had to go through some growing pains. And so I appreciate all of your service on those boards. Yeah. Commissioner?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that overview. That was really helpful, and thank you all for your comments to kind of fill in some gaps and add additional commentary. Kind of in response to feedback that I've gotten in community around the facade improvement program, curious if there's data on, for those who receive those dollars, do they actually own that building versus are they business owners who are leasing that property? I'd be curious to know that, and if there's any data on, particularly for those who are leasing, how long after that facade improvement might they still stay at that location?
I understand your question. I'll go back and have to break those down
For sure.
and see who ownership versus tenants.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good question. Other questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Grassi. I get a lot of questions, or I'm sure everybody in this body does, about the breakdown of the targets for the various AMI percentages for the rental targets. I guess, could you explain the rationale behind that and where those numbers come from?
Thank you for bringing that
The
question.
numbers themselves, like in terms of what 30% means and what.
I guess more so around, so those numbers came from the Michigan Housing Needs Assessment, but how did the assessment determine that from 0 to 30% AMI, the target was, 1,031 versus 120% AMI plus, 979? I guess, is there any additional context you could just give to explain to people the rationale behind how those numbers came to be?
Yeah, so pretty deep evaluation through a huge housing needs assessment piece. Why don't I do this? There's a pretty lengthy housing needs assessment presentation that will explain some of that information. So the best way I can do is follow up, send the link to that actual presentation that these numbers are out of, gives you some context. And it also, it only shows rental, but also ownership needs in those same AMI ranges. So we'll make sure that you get that to get that context.
Mayor, if I could add.
Yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, when we commissioned the study, and this has also been discussed at the Affordable Housing Fund Board, in general, what the assessment showed is that we needed housing supply, and we also needed housing affordability at all levels. So not just extremely low and not just extremely at the market level. So if you break out the numbers roughly, what you'll have is about a third at low income, a third at workforce housing, and a third at market rate and above. So in general, in terms of the actual cost of the project is what I thought you were, in addition to kind of how do we do that, but when do you determine, what determines what is affordable at 30% versus 70% versus 100, 120, 20%, and who determines, what affordable is, and that is a discussion I think that would merit more time at the City Commission about affordability goals. But in general, we cannot develop projects all at the low-income housing in level at 30% less without a lot of LIHTC credits and other tools, because projects, and Mr. Moroz can tell you, generally cannot pencil out if we required them all to be at that affordability level. And if you, for example, when I was just practically talking to a developer and you say, well, I got a project with 100 units, and if you wanted to have, a project be at 60%, well, you got to figure out how you're going to pay for 40% of those units in order for me to make this project pencil. And you have to do it in a variety of ways. So we are happy to come back and talk about that in more detail. I see Ms. Behrens is at the podium. Perhaps can offer some additional information, but in general, that was a discussion around the various needs during the study.
Yeah, and two thoughts before I turn to Ms. Behrens. So, even when you look at low-income housing, we've been successful in getting a number of LIHTCs here in our city. It's an extremely competitive process through MSHDA. And those projects, very often, they can't even move forward unless they get the 9% LIHTC. So there's a lot of, even low-income housing projects that have access to the 4%, they still can't get work with a 4% LIHTC. And so we really, that gap, in order to make those numbers work, in order to have low-income housing, we need to partner with MSHDA to make sure that we can fill that gap, to make those available. And I appreciate all of the partnership with MSHDA over the years. And then my other comment is, it's my understanding we have an updated housing needs assessment that is being finalized that will be shared publicly soon, that has updated numbers. Now, it's not city-specific. My understanding is it's countywide, and it's helping to drive some of the work that Housing Next is doing and some of our partners. And then, as City Manager said, Housing Kent will be looking at that data as well. But maybe we can get that presentation before the full body here. So.
Thank you, Mayor. And just kind of dovetailing on all these conversations and growth and updated numbers, I wanted to put in a plug and note that the community master plan process is moving into the significant public engagement portion. There are some materials at your seats. There are materials outside the chambers here talking about Bridge to Our Future. And a big part of that is understanding some updates of those numbers. What do we expect for growth for the next 20 years? And then where are we channeling that from a land use, urban growth standpoint? Where do we think that additional housing and commercial space is needed? What are we expecting out of those future developments? So that's a little bit different than the tools we've been talking about here in subsidies, just on the bigger scale. Wanted to let the public know if they're interested in geeking out on that. There's an opportunity to get involved, started in February.
Any final questions or comments before we move to the next item?
Mayor, I did have one more comment.
Okay, one more, and then we'll move on to the next presentation.
I appreciate you making time for this very important discussion.
It is.
Well, and I think just to leave the commission with a thought, as Mr. Moroz said earlier, this is a very competitive market, and businesses and developers could choose to go to many places in the country.
Yeah.
And it's based on what our philosophy is as a city determines whether or not we invite that same consideration in Grand Rapids. And there's a balance between growth and doing it inclusively and equitably. And I think that's what we're trying to strike with the tools and incentives and the investments across the wards. And as Commissioner Sassi mentioned earlier, even some of the other local things that we're doing. And I think we'll continue to do that. And we appreciate the Commission's support. And I know that many people continue, and investors continue to watch how we view these tools and as they make decisions whether or not they want to invest in our community.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I'll move on to our next presentation. And so, Commissioners, this is a presentation on the proposed approach to address lead-based paint in residential rental properties. So I believe I'll start it with Ms. Bohach, and then we have Mr. Paul Hahn here as well. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we're back in front of you today to provide an overview of our proposed approach to addressing lead-based paint in residential rental properties, to give you an update on some community engagement that was related to the proposal, and then to follow up on commission questions that we received on November 10th when we first brought this to you. Okay, sorry about that. So reducing childhood lead exposure is in the city's strategic plan and had been identified as a priority by the City Commission in various work sessions over the years. The Community Development Department has been successful in obtaining grant funds and operating lead-based paint hazard reduction programs since 2004. We have invested nearly $23 million as a city and made more than 1,800 properties lead safe, trained hundreds of property owners on lead safe cleaning and work practices, and supported contractor development and even certification. Our approach to addressing lead-based paint in homes has been primarily shaped on those resources that we have brought into the community and their eligible uses. So with rising concern about childhood lead poisoning, the mayor established an advisory committee to take a deeper dive into the issue and recommend strategies to further reduce the number of children poisoned in our community. That led to the creation of the Lead-Free Kids Grand Rapids Advisory Committee that included members of the City Commission, members, representatives from various community organizations, as well as city staff from various departments. They looked at a variety of resources, health department data, recommendations about Grand Rapids and what Grand Rapids could do based on information contained in the tactic report that was produced by the National Center for Healthy Housing, as well as information in presentations that were provided by parent advocacy group, as well as representatives of the Rental Property Owners Association. That committee actually provided its recommendations to the City Commission in February of 2020, and they proposed that the city amend its property maintenance code so that paint would be tested in pre-1978 dwelling units, and that identified hazards would actually be remediated as part of the rental certification program. They also recommended that it be considered a targeted approach in terms of implementation. Staff was directed to look at these recommendations and come up with a proposal for implementation. And in doing so, we did a lot of research related to national best practices, looked at other cities and states in terms of the approaches that they use, as well as had additional consultation with the National Center for Healthy Homes. So I'm going to turn it over to Paul Hahn, who is our lead program specialist, and he will provide you with additional information as well as walk you through that proposal.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Paul Hahn.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As this slide shows you, we took a deep dive to see what's going on across the nation. We looked at 24 different communities, and these are kind of the 15 that rose to the top. And I'll draw your attention to two columns here in particular, or three. Dust sampling really popped out as a strategy that's being utilized and utilized rather successfully across the nation. As opposed to using what we would call an abatement standard, which is a deeper dive looking at the housing, which becomes very cost intensive. And so many communities are looking for an affordable way to do this work, and they are looking to the private sector to help them in that work. This is really coming out of a change in how we approach lead. We've been working on this problem for many, many years, and when we started working on this back in the 1990s, and our lead hazard control program comes out of this approach, we really looked at capital improvements and what are the ways in which you can take a good swing at this problem at an individual property. These are cost intensive, and they are very effective at keeping kids down below high levels. Today, we're learning that what's also really important is looking at ongoing maintenance. Those projects have been done for many years now. And in some cases, we're seeing the importance of maintenance and follow-up on those projects to make sure those properties remain lead safe. It's a both-and approach. We don't want to do one or the other. We need to do both in order to get to the level of success that we're looking for today. So when we were developing this approach, we really kind of set the field goal out there, and we know that our playing field is equity as brought forward in the city's strategic plan. And with that as the playing field, we really considered how do we get at a high level of health protection while managing financial impact. Those are two things that you can think of as opposing, and we got to figure out how to get to that win-win situation there. And so our work has really been to figure out how do we get an effective, efficient, and user-friendly program in place. And that's where our other communities across the nation have been very, very instructive. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this comes out of work on social determinants on health. We really are looking at the health impact for kids. Cost is very, very important to be considered in how we take on this approach, as is the health of the population that we're working with. And Commissioner Moody had some questions about, where are we targeting this work? Where is this work going to have impact? Neighborhoods of focus is where it's going to have impact. And person once said, your zip code shouldn't determine your future prospects in life. And this work will clearly help in eliminating some of the health disparities that we see in lead poisoning being concentrated in 3 of Grand Rapids' highest risk zip codes. I'm not going to read this chart to you, but it's just to really balance out that there's a value proposition here, that those goalposts again. There are anticipated outcomes that we are dearly and deeply hoping for, protecting children's health, having safer housing, and making sure we do this in an economically sustainable way. But there are implementation impacts, and these are things that we got to pay attention to and figure out how can we manage these things and how can we work to make sure that we are paying attention to those impacts. So our proposed approach that we have after looking at what other communities are doing really does focus on interior hazards and lead dust. That was a first consideration. Where are kids most likely exposed? Inside the unit. We also are looking at this cost-effective local dust sampling standard. Why did so many communities gravitate there, and why might it be attractive to us? Third, we are looking at using third-party inspection as we do with our successful mechanical safety inspection program. And lastly, this would be coordinated with the rental certification program as talked about by the mayor's lead advisory. So the proposed ordinance would really look at 3 presumptions or obligations. It's making the presumption that if it's an older house, it has lead-based paint. But it's not stopping there. It is allowing an opportunity for an owner to get an assessment done and to demonstrate that this property does not have lead-based paint. If that is done, we shouldn't have to go through this operation, right? So that is an opportunity for that property owner. When we were designing the approach, we're constantly thinking about how do we create opportunities for choices for how we work with this proposed ordinance. Thirdly, residential buildings have to be maintained to be free. The new requirements are around lead dust and lead dust safety. We thought about the process. Flow chart here. I'm not going to get into a ton of detail on this, but I want to accentuate a couple things. There are 2 routes that this goes. It starts with the visual assessment. If there are hazards found visually, you can see them in the house. It goes down one track. The problem that we have with lead is that it gets in the dust. You can't see the lead in the dust, and that's where children are exposed. Dust gets on hands, into mouths, into bodies. So how do we pay attention to both sides of that equation? So our process starts with that visual assessment. If it passes, the unit is sent down the route of obtaining a lead dust screening on the private sector. The cost for that, using data out of Rochester, New York, both historical data as well as recent data, is that cost would be slightly over $200 for that private sector assessment. The frequency is that 95% of units pass the visual inspection and end up going down this route. At the bottom of the slide here talks about our rental certification program. You'll see that 95% pass, do fine. You'll also see at the bottom here that when we get to rental certification, only 3% of our properties have a 2-year certification. 97% of our rental properties get the additional incentive because they're well maintained. Those properties are well maintained of a 4-year or even a 6-year certification. And so we're talking about an approach that targets that small population. If the visual inspection does fail, repairs are ordered and clearance testing is asked for under a state standard that's compliant with state and federal regulation. It's a little bit more costly. And again, Rochester sees about 5% of properties going that route. We would develop a local standard for lead safety inspection, and it's very clear. This is a little different than some of our code enforcement. It says to the measurement what we're looking for, 2 square feet. No more than 2 square feet of peeling paint in the interior spaces of a unit. Again, focusing on where children are most at risk. Or 10% of a surface. So a couple chips on a windowsill does not constitute a visual hazard. But if it's more than 10% of that windowsill, it would. For those that pass that visual standard, then we are asking for a total of 8 samples, 2 per room, to make sure that we are not missing what the eyes can't see, the lead dust that's left behind. And we're asking for 2 samples per room, 1 floor and 1 windowsill. Those are the areas where children are most likely exposed, and we're asking for that to be done 90 days prior to certification. We have a couple additional items. We want to see folks compliant with federal and state law, so we did a lot of work on coordinating with those bodies to make sure that what we were suggesting here is consistent with their regulations. We want to look at occupant protection, making sure occupants and their belongings are protected. And a lot of that can be taken care of through how we choose to implement these projects, right? I mean, there's a lot of choice here. Perhaps even doing projects at vacancy, right? And then lastly, dust wipes are valid for the period of the certificate of compliance. There's been a little bit of confusion in community about, am I going to have to do this every year? No. If you have a 6-year cert, it's once every 6 years. So following our last presentation during the planning session, we engaged the community in the conversation. We held 2 public sessions the first week of this year, and then we met with the Rental Property Owners Association, and we got a lot of feedback, right? So what are we hearing from community? This slide speaks to probably the biggest 3 things that we hear from community, and we have a couple more following. First and foremost is obviously the concern about fees and the cost of the lead dust screening. And a lot of folks, when they first heard about this, were very concerned about costs in the tens of thousands of dollars to abate properties. The reality is we're not looking at, again, an abatement approach. While a property owner could decide to do that, and we wouldn't discourage that, we are talking about ongoing maintenance here. And so there needs to be some levity to that whole conversation. Again, you can do that. But it's not the requirement that we're setting forth here today. We're not inspecting properties to that abatement standard. So Rochester data suggests that it's $118 to $229 this last summer for private sector lead dust screening. That's the cost of the test. It's linked to the duration of the rental certification. It's not an annual cost, so that's another piece that it's really important for our publics to understand. And the properties that are state certified to be free of lead-based paint would also be exempt. You can go and get that higher certification. Secondly, there's a lot of concern about the cost with repairs, which I spoke about a bit there. The initial perception was that it would be full abatement. That's not what we're requiring here. Rochester did study their program the first 2 years in implementation, and they had an average cost for the property owners that participated in that program, sample size of about 200 properties, of $1,726 to comply with their rental cert. We adjusted that for inflation, so it's about $2,500, just shy of that. What was really important to understand is that 33% of people didn't see any expenditure. They're maintaining their properties, they're doing what they do, and there's no additional cost. 37% saw a small investment, less than $1,000. Again, they're doing what they're supposed to do, what's good for the property, what's good for the tenancy, the business model, and not spending a lot. There was 30% that had to spend more. It was time to do some more significant repair. And then lastly, we did see good contrast. You have a public meeting and you hear both sides of the issue. And, so we did hear a lot about concerns about this raising rents. And then we heard the response from other folks in the community that said that it's $200 for a screening every 4 or 6 years. And that's nothing compared to the cost of inaction, bringing back to that value proposition slide of what is the outcome that we get for the investment of the safety screening. A couple other things we heard. Why just rental properties? Really, aside from the fact that we have a mechanism in place, occupants have less control over their housing conditions there. What about tenant housekeeping? This proposal focuses on property conditions, not human behavior, as our inspection program as a whole does. Housekeeping can be cited, but it is really a property maintenance code. It's not a people maintenance code. It's a property maintenance code. Third, why not target only homes with children? The city doesn't have the ability to track tenancy. Our property maintenance code applies across the board, all ages and stages of life. Other communities have tried this. Philadelphia most notably tried this, and it didn't work well. And matter of fact, they saw it encouraging people to flaunt the Fair Housing Act and to discriminate against families with children. And then lastly, if I can just clean up the dust, but it will return, why should I test it? Because that dust is the primary source of exposure for children, right? And cleaning it up is part of the equation, as is maintenance, as is capital improvements when needed for a property. So that maintenance is very, very important. To start to bring this to a close, there were a number of questions asked by the commission on November 10th when we did a briefing. And so one commissioner asked about where are the pre-1978 units in Grand Rapids. This map represents where they're geographically distributed. But I also want to talk about where are kids affected by lead. 49507, 30% of our kids affected by lead are in that zip code. 04 and 03, the next 30%. Those zip codes line up again significantly with our neighborhoods of focus. Another question asked is, can we train city inspectors to conduct the lead sampling? That approach was considered. We did determine it not to be cost effective because of training requirements, because of transitions, turnover. And we see the third-party approach as promoting economic opportunities. So that's why we are proposing that third-party approach. How do we increase opportunities for minority and women contractors? We're doing this work right now through our lead hazard control program. We have a strong partnership with Link Up. We have a consortium of groups that also support our work in this space, and we're working with our own Office of Equity and Engagement to bring minority and women-owned contractors into the lead abatement and lead maintenance spaces. Is there a pay for success or similar creative funding model to assist with property remediation? There's one analysis done on this, only one deep analysis done on this by the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, a real leader in this space. And that analysis pointed out that there's just significant challenges because of the distribution of the costs for this, and to then develop and implement a pay-for-success model. There's none currently being proven in practice today. What will be the impact on tenants? This is largely going to be determined by the maintenance plan, right? What's the course of action that we want to take for this property? Can we do repairs at vacancy? Can we co-schedule appointments? We, in our conversation with the Rental Property Owners Association, a gentleman there from a property maintenance firm that talked about the value of being able to get appointments to happen at the same time, and this allows for that kind of work. And then lastly, can we find additional financial resources to help rental property owners? We continue to apply for additional HUD funding. We continue to access the state's Medicaid or CHIP resource, and we are working with state legislators to target and identify new funding resources. So I'll turn it back to Connie for a conversation about next steps.
Thank you. So from here, we're looking to get the head nod of whether we need to finalize the ordinance for consideration and approval. We would then continue to work with our stakeholders to develop implementation plans that might involve, once adopted and takes effect, the scheduling of properties of when they actually need to to do those, have that screening occur, so that a property owner doesn't have that all happening. If they have a lot of properties, for example, it wouldn't all be happening at the same time. We would continue to research and offer ways to provide resources for implementation, because that is a critical component that's been identified, not just by the City Commission, but of course the stakeholders. We would then continue to develop and conduct education that we could support property owners in terms of how to prepare for these types of inspections, working to identify the inspection firms, as well as, if need be, develop more capacity if needed in our community, and then train staff and complete our system automation to be able to actually implement it from an administrative standpoint. So then I'll open it up to questions. And I would like to note that we have with us also Mr. Corey Slager, who is a supervisor in the co-compliance department. And he was a housing rehabilitation specialist in the community development department and has done a lot of work in our lead programs and also as a co-compliance officer. So if there's any questions about inspections, he can help us out.
Great, thank you. So I have a couple questions. One, I'm glad to see this come forward. I feel like we've been working on this for a long time. I've been one of the voices around this table saying that we need to do something. I'm very familiar with, obviously after serving on the task force, I'm familiar with the data and the research and what other cities are doing and the impact that has on preventing children being exposed to lead, especially lead from paint. So thank you. I'm really happy to see this before us today. My questions are twofold. One, if a house through the sampling process, if it comes back positive, I appreciate the slide that you put on yes, no, kind of that triaging, I should say, of a case or of the investigation, the inspection. But I'm curious if there's a positive test and we know that children are in the home, is there also a referral to the health department for the children in that home to be tested? So for testing, so that we can find out as early as possible if they have been exposed and if they have lead in their blood. And then I know that we have a really close working relationship with the county. I know they created the Kent County Lead Action Team, which I'm grateful for. They have increased staffing and support within the health department for testing and treatment. So I'm just curious how that connects to the work that we're doing. And then secondly, we have funds, federal funds for remediation. And would we prioritize the access to those funds for homes if they tested positive? So those are my two follow-up. Clearly, I understand that that's not part of what's being proposed in the ordinance, but I'm just thinking holistically, this is a much bigger problem than just testing and making sure that homes are lead-free, but we also need to make sure we're working in partnership to not only remediate, but also to serve any child that had been exposed.
Do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start with the last question in terms of resources. So we are in our last year of our current federal grant that gives us the ability to make those capital improvements in properties. That's available to homeowners as well as rental property owners in terms of to access those resources. We are preparing right now a new application for those resources that's due in March, and that could be part of our strategy in terms of what we apply for. But today, it's not necessarily programmed that way, but it is something that we can consider moving forward of how we target resources in that program and how we apply for those funds.
Great.
And then, Paul, you want to talk about health department and our relationship?
Yeah, we've worked consistently with the health department. The situation's more likely to go the other way in terms of their contact to us when a child's been identified as lead exposed. But you bring up very good operational, programmatic kind of questions, and we've done a lot of thinking about that. Like, we want to lead the ball as we think about what ordinance looks like. So those positive dust results probably should result in some kind of education and support for that family to make sure they get the resources that they get. The county's involvement in a property like that is largely driven by an elevated blood level, and that's currently how they make their decisions.
Okay. And I know it's not included here, but it may be worthwhile to share some of the some of the findings from our work on the task force, especially with the new commissioners. I remember during the task force, we also did a full analysis of long-term cost of caring for children exposed to lead and the services that they need because of potential damage to cognitive functionings and brain development. It would be nice to include that as well. You know, when we think about the cost of doing nothing, it's pretty significant. Especially for those children and families exposed. So maybe especially for the new commissioners, if you could send them the report from the task force and some of the data that we looked at when we were initially making recommendations.
We can do that, and we'll also forward the tactic report as well.
Oh, thank you. That would be great. Okay. All right. I'll open up to other questions. Commissioner O'Connor, and then I'll see for others. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and trying to work on the questions that we asked at the last time we were here. So just, I'm a process person here. So the process of triage and how the city's process work, you know, I think that's well laid out. I guess I'm now thinking about it as some, you know, if I'm a person who owns a rental unit, like how that process works. You know, as one of our former colleagues always like to talk about unintended consequences, and to me, that's the thing that I'm most scared of. It's not, you know, I think we all agree that having homes safe of lead-based paint is a great priority for the city, and we want to make sure that children are safe. But I also want to make sure those children have a roof over their head and don't get displaced unintentionally for whatever reason that might be. So I guess first is $200 to do a dust sampling. That's a single-family, 3-bedroom, 1-bath house built before 1978. That's the ballpark for that. So if I have a 4-unit rental property, it's $200 a unit.
Yeah, currently our inspection program says that in multiple family units, that each unit is inspected until you get to 15 units. Then there's a decrease in the percentage of units.
So, but I'm just saying, so if I own a 4-unit residential building,
each unit would.
So each unit's going to cost me as the property owner $200 to do each unit, most likely. Maybe it's private sector. We're going to make private sector probably give you some kind of deal, but we're assuming it's not going to be $200 for a 4-unit. It's going to be exponentially greater than that.
800.
Correct.
And you
our
assume-
hope would be that there would be some discount for subsequent units. We see that in the abatement area when they do inspections, that they discount the second unit.
Okay. Everything we've talked about so far is very much focused on the interior lead dust sampling and standard. Are there, in the proposed ordinance, do you anticipate any other standards that are not, that are going to be outside of that scope that we're going to be concerned about or a property owner may need to be worried about as, again, another unintended consequences? We're very focused on lead inside probably because we know that's where the majority of the exposure happens, but are there other things that, you know, when we do a single-family rental property inspection, if they see peeling paint on the side of the house, that's going to be a standard that a code compliance officer is going to probably hold you to as a occupant. Does any of that fall, anything like that fall inside the proposed lead ordinance?
So today we're talking about proposed changes. The existing ordinance does prohibit peeling paint on the exterior of a unit. It doesn't have a de minimis level. That's the discretion of code enforcement. And it's really looking at that property and has that paint failed. And then we do have existing language that encourages property owners to use lead-safe work practices and then not to leave paint chips or bare soil behind on that property. Those are existing considerations that this body passed in 2005.
Okay.
And that part of the property maintenance code doesn't just apply to rental housing. That's all housing.
But for clarification, Commissioner, I'm not sure, I want to be clear. So the testing, sampling of paint outside of the unit, is that part of the proposed ordinance? Okay, thank you.
No, it's just the 8 from 4 rooms and 1 being a windowsill. Is that right?
One windowsill, one floor.
1 floor.
Yeah, one windowsill and one floor in each of 4 rooms. So 2 wipes and 4 rooms.
Rooms, okay.
Total
okay,
8 wipes.
Thanks. All right.
Okay, and you know, you've said a couple of times now, repair at vacancy. I think that's the thing that gives me the most trepidation about this is, you know, again, if I'm a property owner, I have a single-family rental property, I'm going to have you guys come through and do an inspection on it. You know, let's just pretend that it's going to happen mid-lease cycle, right? It's going to happen in the middle of the lease. Walk me through the process of what happens if the lead dust sample comes back, it shows that there is lead-based paint in this building in all 3 bedrooms. How does a property owner go about dealing with that scenario with a house that has, you know, a couple of parents and a couple of kids, and how do they go from that there's now lead in my home and it has to be dealt with by a landlord or a property owner? How do they get from non-compliance to compliance? And what is, like,
Yeah.
there's going to be a cost to do the remediation, but what are the other expectations of, is it the landlord's responsibility to put them up in different housing? Is it they all sleep in one bedroom one night and move to the next bedroom the next night? Like, what is the practical application of this policy?
Yeah, it's the beginning of the process. So the beginning of the process is that assessment of what is the condition in this unit, and the dust is a good indicator that it's the indicator that there's a hazard there. And so the response is going to vary depending upon unit and how it's been maintained over time. So that property owner could consider a number of things. The first and foremost thing that should happen would be a deep cleaning and removal of that lead dust to make it immediately safe for occupancy. The challenge is that lead dust will return if there's not routine maintenance. And in many cases, older windows can generate some of that. And so some thoughts about capital improvements. So there would want to be a conversation about how to maintain this over time. But to get to clearance quickly for that property owner, to keep that property occupied and that family safe, cleaning is the first response.
So Commissioner, I think in response, so through our experience in community development, through our lead hazard control programs, there are times when occupants do have to vacate the property, and it is the property owners, it is put on them to either, in our program, they'll either go stay with family or friends, or if there aren't any options, then they may go to a hotel for that short period of time. Typically, the work is done very rapidly in a short period of time. And then there's other cases. That's when there's some really extensive work that needs to be done. And then there are times that there's the ability to actually tarp off sections of the home. People, the occupants stay in the home as long as it's tarped off well, and it's the process is carried out, belongings are covered. There's all kinds of process that it goes through. And so there are two different ways that it happens depending on the extensiveness of what's needed in the property.
So I guess, again,
there
that's
is
that's my concern,
possibility.
right? That's the, again, I'm a family of 4, 2 parents, 2 kids. There's lead in my house. It's mid-lease cycle. And now I got to say, listen, little Jimmy, we're going to have to take all this stuff out of your bedroom, and we're going to ask these people to be significantly inconvenienced in order to, I don't know how many of you have ever dealt with folks in lease situations, right? Like, it's really hard as a property owner to, we control the property, we control the standard, we don't control the actions of the individuals. And so my fear is, like, rather than being a person who's going to be a landlord dealing with, like, wanting to have a property that's in compliance because they want to have their properties in compliance, it's going to create a scenario where we're just going to do rental inspections at time of vacancy every time, and we're going to create a cycle where rather than provide the ability for people to be stable and know, like, I can renew my lease and I can be in here, a property owner is going to know that their property is going to come up for rental property and lead certification. So we're just not going to renew the lease, and we're going to, unfortunately, those people are going to be displaced, so that I or someone else as a property owner can come in and do a full remediation of the property, bring it to the standard that is expected by the city for both the single-family or multifamily rental code as well as the lead-based code. Then the property, now that landlord rent did, probably, if I'm going to go in and fix my lead-based paint, I'm probably going to fix everything else that might not make my property as attractive. And now I'm going to have that property is going to go up in value or going to go up in monthly lease rate. And then the people that were in there maybe can't come back to the property because they've been displaced for whatever period of time that is. They're going to have to find someone new. And we're going to have the unintended consequence of displacing people who otherwise had a reasonably affordable home over their head, roof over their head. And I just, it's really concerning to me. Again, I'd like also then asking a family like, hey, we got to pick up Jimmy's bedroom, move all his stuff out of it, and have that expectation that they're going to have the time and ability to do that and the resources to do that they're going to be able to do that at a time cycle that's going to allow a contractor to come into my home while it's occupied. Well, we're going to be able to find a contractor who's willing to work around those conditions, where people are going to trust that, not only they have to trust me or someone else who's the property owner to invite someone for, not known into their property at time of occupancy. There just seems to be a lot of like very significant hurdles to compliance. So the easy path is going to be, we're just going to do it when it's at vacancy, and we're going to cause a lot more vacancy and disruption because of this. And so just like, again, this is important. I don't want kids eating lead-based paint or breathing lead-based paint, but I also just want to make sure that, a home that's not 100% safe versus no home at all, or no roof over my head at all, is like, that's a different standard there. And then I think my last thing is just, single-family rental property. I've beat up on that over my years here. Like, again, I think it's drastically improved the quality of rental housing stock in our community. I also feel like we've had a disproportionate impact on the cost of rental housing in our community. And we've talked about, we constantly talk about affordable housing and housing opportunity. And so I just expect that, if we pass or adopt some sort of policy, that we have real economic tracking of this in terms of its impact on rental rates. And I wish we had the ability to go back, and maybe we still do, is have someone look at the single-family rental property program and see what impact that had on rental costs in our community. Again, it's created a better standard, but we have to acknowledge our role in, exacerbating the affordable housing crisis in our own community, because and it's a balancing act. It's finding what is safe and, making sure people can have a roof over their head. So.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I appreciate those comments. I think, having been around this table when we passed the single-family CERT program, we heard a lot of the same concerns at that point. And I think the challenge is, I think we can look back and find a correlation. It doesn't mean causation. And there's so many other factors that have impacted affordability and housing affordability in our city over the last 8 to 10 years. I think it's really hard to pick out one factor and blame it on that. So I just want to be cautious, too, that we're not taking all the blame.
We're a product of our success, I'll admit to that. Like, we have higher housing costs in Grand Rapids because we've become an attractive community for people to want to live in. I'm not discrediting that. I'm just saying that there's some degree of, $200 for a certification, $200 for a rental property inspection, $1,000 to $3,000 for remediation if I have to have that, amortize that out over the life of that lease. And, it's probably 1%, 2%, 3%, but 1%, 2%, 3% matters in this conversation when, property rental rates are increasing by 4%, 5%, 6%, 10% a year. Tack on another 2%, 3% that we're responsible for, and this is compounding. This is.
With the single-family CERT program, there was an attempt to do an evaluation, exactly what you're talking about, and we could not reach agreement on what factors to consider in terms of really understanding the impact for exactly the reason that Mayor Bliss brought up. There was not an agreement between our commissioners, and our stakeholders, and all those involved in the issue on what those factors, what to really analyze and its causality with the program. So
thanks.
That's why you don't have that today.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to get to some of the other commission comments. Commissioner Isasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for their presentation. I think Mayor Bliss, February 2020, we had that briefing. That was my first year on the commission, and just less than a month before COVID. So I think you're right in terms of timing. Glad to see this come before us. On the slide where you talk about what's the cost of inaction, I would agree with you, Mayor Bliss. I think the opportunity and challenges of a lot of different societal pieces coming to us. Quite honestly, wages have been compressed over the last 30 years in my opinion, for most individuals. And so, making that cost of being able to, grandfather was a factory worker, raised 7 kids on his income, purchased the home, was able to transfer that wealth. That American dream just isn't there. And that's, in my belief, not at the feet of the city of Grand Rapids as a whole. One thing I wanted to share, I think, as we're talking about this issue, again, community engagement, some of the beating the I guess the table on what we hear in some of these commission meetings, that I believe sometimes is some misinformation by those that may come up and give their 3-minute comments, which they're certainly at a right to do. But I appreciate that we've try to go back as a city and say, here is the clarification, especially around some of the comments regarding lead levels in our water. And so as we talk about this issue as a whole, I just want to make sure that our communications about whatever, our do we still do the roundup on the commission roundup? I don't remember, but I think that'll be important for our overall communication standpoint, because people hear the soundbite, they see they see the headline, and then they don't read the rest of what's happening. So that's like my little public service announcement as we continue this work. My question is, around the community engagement process. I know you both engaged, like you said, with, focusing on residents, those who were tenants, different community groups, as well as the Rental Property Owners Association. And generally, how many folks sort of on, with different sort of interest stakes, what did that number look like in terms of community engagement?
We did 2 events for the public at large, if you will. One was held at the Center for Community Transformation, and I'm trying to recollect, there were about 18 individuals there. And then the next night, there were 40-plus individuals at the Development Center, bringing it up into the 2nd and 1st Ward.
Okay.
And then we had a subsequent meeting with the RPOA, with their leadership, and that was a smaller group of their Legislative Affairs Committee. The people who attended those were a broad cross-section. There were people on both sides of this issue, and that was readily apparent the second night. The other thing I'll say just briefly is that to get word out about it, we did go back through the advisory and all the partners there. We asked them to, encourage and participate. We worked with the RPOA. They blasted it out to their membership. And then we worked with neighborhood associations as well as an additional list of stakeholders to make sure that people were aware.
I would say that the majority of attendees, however, were property owners.
Okay. I think that's, just always one of my questions, especially thinking about, reminding individuals that sometimes it might not be a public meeting. I don't think we've gotten any public comments or letters regarding this, and maybe we will in the future. And, as we talk about next steps, I think that would be of interest to me, especially that tenant voice, because obviously we can go to the RPOA. I appreciate them. I appreciate you all reaching out to them, pulling that meeting together. Obviously coming together with their at stake and their perspective. It's a little bit harder from the tenant. I know obviously there's great organizations that work on that. But did want to bring that up. Third is. Kind of going back to what are some of the unintended consequences and the supply regarding contractors and those that can do this this work. I think obviously it's no surprise to most of us up here. Workforce development challenges with labor, the labor force overall, and so do we have any modeling of essentially like how many folks can do this work? And then, what does that look like across when we talk about the contracting? And so maybe giving us a model of, to Commissioner O'Connor's point, what does that timeline look like? What's realistic? I would be interested in that moving forward. And then thank you for sharing the information about sort of where the housing stock lies in terms of ward. I think it would also be good, again, caveat, it's freshman year, all the new commissioners of not only having where the housing stock is, but where those elevated blood levels lie. So I know, Mayor, you and Commissioner Lanier and Commissioner Repart certainly, were part of that work, but it might just not be as readily available. So that's another good data point overlay. And maybe that might be in some of the reports you're going to send Ms. Bohach that the mayor had asked earlier. And then my last question is probably for you, Mayor and City Manager, thinking about the resources, and you talked about the flow chart, and then thinking about even some of the other housing supports that Commissioner O'Connor brought up. It's been a while since I've had an update about the children's millage. Obviously, I think that was, I don't know how many years ago that was, but I don't know when it'll come up for new renewal, but there was strong support in the county for that. And when we think about who is impacted, I just wonder if this behooves another conversation to talk about what are some of the realities around resources or supports as we look to, I think, try to find a solution that in the end, I think as everyone haven't spoken yet, but no one wants to see young children poisoned. There are long-term costs to our community, to our businesses, to our families, and so I'd be very interested to see if we can talk to them, pick up some conversations, what that might look like. Thank you.
That's a good point. We should probably maybe have a conversation with the county executive about getting an update to this full body about impact of the funds collected by the early childhood millage, but we also have the senior millage, we have the veterans millage. You know, a lot of those dollars are supporting individuals who live in our city. So it may be good to just get an overview and an update on how those dollars are spent and what services they're supporting. So we can follow up with the county on that.
And I think, Mayor, as well, there's an opportunity. I mean, we'll think as creatively as possible, and appreciate you mentioning those millages. But as Ms. Bohach alluded to earlier, we are prioritizing this on our legislative agenda with all of the state funding that's available. And we also will be looking at what other resources we may be able to offer locally, in addition to some of the federal programs to incentivize compliance as we craft a budget.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up on another point you made. I do think anytime we're talking about lead poisoning, we should be reiterating that the vast majority of children in our community who test positive for lead, it is from being exposed to lead paint and not in the water. So I think that we need to say that very loud and clear every single time we talk about this issue, so that people really fully understand the importance of this work that we're doing. And then secondly, we should also share some data, and I remember looking at this data during the task force. Grand Rapids, multiple years in a row, we had the highest number of children test positive for lead in the entire state of Michigan. Including one of our zip codes, had one of the highest rates of lead poisoning. And so it probably would be good to get an updated list. I know MSHA puts out those numbers every year. I think people have a perception sometimes that it's a bigger issue in other cities. And granted, that is the case with some types of lead poisoning. Obviously, what happened in Flint and Benton Harbor was very tragic. But every city has a different story. And that's why it's important for us to know the facts, so that when we're creating policy, we're trying to address a problem that is very specific to our city. So I'll go to Commissioner Knight and then Commissioner Perdue.
A lot of the statements that I was going to make have already been met and or said, and I thank you for your work, Paul. I know you have done this tirelessly. I've worked with you on some of this work before, but I just want to reiterate not beating a dead horse, but adding a story to the concerns. Last week, myself and talking with Commissioner Robbins also had this very same discussion with a young lady who recently had been in an apartment, and her child had tested for lead. And she went to the health department regarding it, and they went to the landlord about doing something about this particular residence, and she was evicted right behind it. Ended up homeless, not with family, not with friends, not in a hotel, homeless, trying to find a place for her to stay. She went to a church, and they worked with her to put her somewhere where they could try to find alternate housing for her. They located housing with another large housing establishment here, and she asked that the place that she took her child into be tested for lead paint, and they said that it was clear. She was pregnant at this time, I believe, and had another child while in this very place, and that child now too has tested positive for lead. So not to bring a grim feel in the room, but just want to add some real life context. And this literally just happened. I had this conversation last week, Thursday. So it does happen. I mean, no one's going to say it. Landlord is not going to say that's the reason. They had their right to give a 30-day notice, and they did. But I think there are some correlations when we look at places that have been, children have tested positive, and seeing where there have been evictions. Regardless, we can say we can't see the causation, but we kind of know what's going on. So that's the piece that really scares me. This needs to be taken care of. I'm in total agreement with it. But what measures can we put in place somehow to make sure that the unintended consequences don't happen to these people who didn't know what they were moving into because they thought they were going into a place that was safe and affordable for their family and has now caused more damage. And then my second question was, is there any way to look at that from some of these other communities that have enacted these ordinances and try to make some type of correlation to that piece, and then see if there is something, that everybody doesn't talk about everything out in the public, but maybe there's some conversations that can be had, and see if there's some ways that they have tried to mitigate these situations from happening in their communities.
Either of you want to respond to that?
Just very, very briefly, other communities do look at tenant protections, and we do have some in our ordinance as it's kind of coming together and being proposed. The challenge with that, it goes back to what I was talking about earlier, choices, right, and allowing people some latitude in there. State law does come into effect around eviction and eviction proceedings. It's really kind of in the state's hands more so than local hands. There are potential protections. I think that's a good question to be thinking about as we think about how we program this and what we're able to do at that point in time.
I would just add, I think that's also when you look at an implementation of a program like this, not being specific to units that currently have children living in them, as opposed to more of a universal program through the property maintenance code to prevent that from happening, because all the rental property has an expectation for some type of maintenance that addresses lead.
And there are some examples from other cities where there have been kind of repeat offenders, where a property owner is aware that a child has tested positive to lead multiple times in that property and hasn't been in compliance with trying to remediate. And there have been some county prosecutors who have actually gone after some property owners where there was repeated violations. And I know years ago I looked at some of those examples, actually had a conversation with a prosecutor in another community to really learn more about their process and reasoning for taking that on. So I think that's not my approach. I want to work in partnership with our property owners. I want to help them, not only figure out a way to make it affordable to do the testing and then also to do the cleaning that needs to be done and make sure that that dust isn't, that children aren't being exposed to lead dust. And I think that's the tact we want to take, is how do we come alongside property owners to help them get in compliance and make sure that children and families are living in a safe environment. So. City Manager, did you want to say something? Then I'll come over here to Commissioner Perdue.
I'll reserve my comments till the end, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner?
Thank you. What an issue. I appreciate the discussion because it really highlights what's true with most issues, is that there's so many different stakeholders, and it really takes a lot of thought and effort to think through what are the positive consequences, intended and unintended, and what are those that might be negative consequences. I really appreciate that we have the opportunity to take legislative action on this issue, because it is really important. And Commissioner Knight, I know you said you didn't want to kind of bring down the mood, but I think it's actually really necessary, because what you described and the kind of feeling that we all felt is the reality. I mean, this is real dangerous stuff when we talk about kids being poisoned and having this long-term effect on their health. And that has implications for talent pipelines, public safety. I mean, you name it. It really is a wide-reaching issue. And we are an epicenter for this issue in many ways within the city. And so I'm thankful for the opportunity to be able to take some real action on it. So some comments around kind of related to that story around retaliation, as well as repeated offenses, if you will. So years ago, I first met Mr. Hahn. I was serving on the board of the Healthy Homes Coalition of West Michigan, and so really dove deep into this topic and heard a lot of those stories. You heard that the same house will poison child after child after child. Well, how can we prevent that from happening? You will hear stories of retaliation that was really clear, but kind of hard to prove, right? And so I do think an objective process like this will really help prevent some of that one-on-one retaliation because it's kind of standard, and it ensures that the same house isn't continuing to poison children, right? So I think that this might present an opportunity to address some of those longstanding issues that we see anecdotally in a real way. A few questions for you. So the first is around the property owner piece. We know that we know the statistics around wealth disparities and income disparities. We know that property ownership and having rental properties has been a wealth building strategies for many folks in our community, particularly those who have been locked out of the traditional job market. And when we look at property owners in our community, there's a wide range in wealth and income and how many properties folks own. So what I would like to see, I know that you mentioned when we think about this federal funding for remediation and capital improvement, there hasn't really been consideration of how we might prioritize properties to receive some of that funding or support. And I wonder if when we think about some of those really small scale property owners who own 1 or 2 properties in the city, who still live in the city, who are active contributors to their community, might there be a way to operationalize making sure that we're supporting them? So we're not talking about big, large scale developers, really, but those local folks who are part of the neighborhood and who are, providing affordable rent, so on and so forth. I think there's a lot of criteria that can be considered to make even that piece within property ownership a bit more equitable in terms of what the potential financial burden could potentially be.
I would say in our existing program, even though, again, we're not prioritizing rental units necessarily, but that's exactly the owner that typically comes in our program. It's not the property managers with large number of units and a large portfolio of units. It's typically those who have smaller number of units. They might be single family, they might be 2 family. So it's really on that smaller scale that typically and traditionally have used our program.
Yeah. Connie, can you share with the full commission maybe a snapshot of the last 5 years? And I know we get reports about the lead remediation program and number of units it helped and things like that. Even if it's just high level, how many units, where in the city?
Because you're looking at our
Yeah,
right now.
tough to pull those numbers out of the memory banks here. It might be better for a later response with some of that data.
Okay.
Great. So thank you for that. Second question is around, you mentioned at those public engagement sessions that there was pretty split sentiment around this, and I'm wondering if that split occurred between families with children and property owners. Was it all a mix? Was there a clear division in who's kind of on what side of this issue?
I think in a general way, you could maybe say that property owners and then other individuals who were there. They weren't necessarily parents. Some of them were people that work in human services and things like that. But, we did have a couple property owners that said, we need to do this. So it wasn't exclusively that property owners said, don't do it. They were certainly in the minority of the property owners in the room. But, I received one written comment from a property owner that just said, I can handle this. I can make this happen in my units.
That doesn't surprise me that there will be support there too. All right, and the final question, so you reference a lot, we talked about costs, you reference repairs, you reference ongoing maintenance a lot, and we talked about kind of how long a family could potentially be displaced to do a certain level of rigor of repairs. I'm curious to hear more about what do we mean when we say those words? So when you say ongoing maintenance, are you talking about repainting a room every 2 years? Is it cleaning? So a little bit of definition around ongoing maintenance, and particularly on slide 14, that larger figure, that 2-year average around $1,700 to do those repairs. Kind of what category of repairs is that?
Have to do it.
So kind of repairs.
Yeah. When we think about capital improvements, we often default to lead hazard control projects as that standard, although they could come in shy of that. I mean, if somebody wanted to do just window replacement in their home, that would address a lot of lead hazards, but they might leave some behind. But those are the more costly types of projects that we're talking about when we say capital improvements, thousands of dollars on up. Those are, again, things that are probably going to be scheduled well in advance, going to be thought about in a long-term vision. Maintenance is going to be more the stuff that pops up year by year, depending upon both use of the property, but also just simply the age and the natural kind of life cycle of things like paint. And so that's going to need to be maintained over time. And so those would be the smaller cost items, repainting a window sill, things of that nature. And then cleaning interventions, again, also can help.
And our rental property maintenance, or I should say our property maintenance code itself, right, does require property maintenance. I mean, that's the whole purpose of when you have these inspections, to make sure that you're meeting the minimum standards of that code. So routinely, there are improvements that are being made, not necessarily related to lead right now, but that type of work that Paul just described should be occurring, and that's how you get the different durations of your certificate of compliance. Currently, if you are a two-family or two-family or higher in terms of number of units, the duration is either 2, 4, or 6 years. If it's a single family, currently the code identifies the duration to be 4 or 6 years. And again, this program would be in alignment with whatever the duration is on that rental certification that you would be obtaining.
Yeah. So the kind of the worst case scenario that you talked about, displacing families for a certain amount of time, you kind of painted the image of using tarps and having them move from room to room. Is that kind of in relation to the capital improvement approach?
Yes.
Okay. And would you expect any displacement for some of the other measures you talked about?
It's not likely a property owner could, do room by room types of repairs. The repairs are small enough that, the occupant needs to stay out of the work area, but it's probably not going to preclude a kitchen or a bathroom from being utilized for long periods of time.
Yeah.
Or access to the house as a whole.
Okay. So I think you're sending some follow-up on some reports and data, and I'd be curious, I think it's associated with this program, of how often those capital improvement projects are currently happening, or if they're required. Just kind of a little bit more background on that piece would be helpful.
So I think really, so it's not required for our current code in terms of when we talk about lead, right? And so what we can only tell you is the number of certifications at what duration, and that gives you some idea. So a 6-year cert was put into place to incentivize good property maintenance. And we have, 97% of our properties today receive 4 or 6-year certifications, and it's a real small number, 3%, that obtain the 2-year certification. So we're going into those properties more often because they are likely meeting the requirements to get a certification, as opposed to those on the other end of the spectrum with a 6-year certification that do routine maintenance, that are, painting, they're making sure that everything is in order. And in particular, we do have a number of property owners who will contact us in advance of their required certificate needing to be renewed and say, my tenant moved out, we're getting ready to turn this unit over, I want to do my certification inspection early. And so we do have that happen quite frequently, actually.
But Connie, and Commissioner, maybe I'm hearing your question wrong. So on the spectrum, we do have some homes that, through our funding, through lead remediation, we work with that property owner to remediate the lead. And typically, those are the projects that are more costly and take more time. So and we've done that for years with our lead remediation program.
Those are full risk assessments, full remediation.
Okay,
yep.
but if we look at the full scale, from cleaning to painting windows or painting the walls, which sometimes that is what it is, and you can do that room by room, replacing the windows, which potentially you can actually get funding or some incentives for environmental for energy efficiency. So there are other opportunities. So if it's beyond the painting or the windows and it's fuller scale remediation, where somebody does have to be displaced. We do know how long, I mean, we've been doing this program for a long time. Our family's displaced for a week, 2 weeks, 3 months. Is there an average amount of time that a potential family would be displaced based on a higher level of remediation? I think it's good for us to kind of know across the spectrum, what is the least intrusive all the way to the most intrusive for a potential family?
So for that example, it's typically a week.
A week, that's what I thought. And now sometimes other things come up and it's longer. I've heard of those cases as well, but those are outliers and those aren't the average. So we're talking about a smaller window of time.
And also, in that program, we often try to do more than just that. We're pairing it with our housing rehabilitation program as well as our lead remediation program so that we're maximizing what's the improvements that are being made in that property.
Yeah, and those are more costly, and that's why we have the funds to support that. And those dollars range quite a bit higher.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, thanks. No, is that what you were asking, Commissioner?
Yep, and I would just add to that, and I think I need to dive deeper into the details of our current program. But if we do have data of those who might fail current inspections, if what is in place, where they do fall on that spectrum, right? So how often are we helping families with kind of that example of capital improvement versus kind of the smaller ongoing maintenance sort of approaches? I don't know if you have that.
Yeah, I just would go back again to the statistics about the length of the CERT. It's the 2-year CERT that's really looking at capital improvements and having to do them in short order, as opposed to the 4 and 6 that really have the opportunity to use maintenance strategies if they choose to do so. They can certainly do capital improvement, but they have more options in front of them. And so it's really about 3% where we're just simply saying it's time for some, there are some code violations here that need to be addressed and addressed now.
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you.
And I appreciate you sharing that data about the 3% for our current program, as well as some of the data from Rochester where they're really looking at a 5% fail, but 95%, our data, 97% of our inspections currently pass. Final comment, Commissioner Robbins, and then I'll turn to City Manager to talk about next steps.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one quick question. I know, obviously, the urgency around this issue, I very much so appreciate, because as we talk about, the disparate impact that can have on certain communities and their educational attainment, all that kind of stuff that we have data on, I think it's certainly important that we are having this discussion right now. In terms of some of the concerns that people have or reservations about this sort of ordinance, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of other communities and cities that have enacted similar things in the past. So I guess have we contacted them to see whether rental rates have gone up? I guess in our community, if we can't necessarily establish that, association is causation or vice versa, is there a way to see if there was patterns similarly in other communities just to kind of put to rest some of the concerns or validate that they do exist?
Yeah. I'm not aware immediately of anybody that has done that, but I will continue to kind of look and seek that out because that would be very helpful. We want to go eyes wide open.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you both. City Manager, what do you need from us for next steps?
Well, first is thank you to staff and your participation. I just want to confirm that there's a desire for us to continue to move this forward and evaluate an ordinance as well as associated programs with it. And I hear the concerns that have been raised. And as I listen to the concerns and looking at the data, since we do know both by inventory the parts of the city where the homes are, and both medically by the test that you've alluded to earlier, that perhaps prior to having full applicability of a universal ordinance across our city, that we bring back what the ordinance would look like. And what I think we would benefit from would be from testing before full implementation, that those principles of that ordinance in our zip codes that are most adversely impacted, and to see both any intended and unintended consequences in short order. I'm not talking about another year or 2 years, but just what this might look like prior to the vote so that we understand the implications of it. And so I will, I have, while not being able to fully lay that out today, I'm going to go back, talk to the staff and see if that's feasible. And then the other option would be bringing back the ordinance and its full adoption and implementation and learning after voting, which I would rather know how we would fully implement it and the impacts before a full universal application.
So you're saying bring back, and we talked about this years ago, a pilot and focus on the zip codes where we know we have the highest percentage of children that
Right.
have tested positive,
Right.
which is a significant portion of
Right.
our city largely in our neighborhoods of focus.
Right, and you may say, well, we've been doing this using the federal standards of the 1,800 or whatever homes we've had, but some of it's been full remediation, and those costs can go as high as $14,000, $15,000. But if we were to craft the ordinance in a way that addresses some of the concerns, where just like we talk about development without displacement, we can talk about repair and remediation without displacement, and having some language specifically to try to protect tenant occupancy while these issues are going on as a pilot, so that we're learning as we craft what we want to finally apply to everyone.
Okay.
And also, I think in that small scale, look at, in addition to all the other programs that you identified earlier, Mayor, the federal programs, but look at locally, what can we offer to help to offset some of the costs as we learn.
Okay. So commissioners, a little direction for our city manager. I'm open to either. Personally, I would like us to move forward with an ordinance soon. I feel like we've been talking about this for years. I know it's been a priority of mine for at least 5. And so I'm open to either, depending on the mind of the full body. So maybe we can give the city manager some direction on whether you prefer to start with a kind of a pilot that focuses on the zip codes that Mr. Hahn referenced, where we know that we have a higher percentage of children exposed to lead, and then we can focus on that for the next year or two, and then get some data about implementation before it rolls out to the rest of the city. What's your preference?
Madam Mayor, I know
City
that
Commissioner.
for the highest rate of lead is in the 3rd Ward. And I would
First.
recommend that in putting a policy in place to deal with an ordinance, that we start there first.
There is, we can show a map, there is some crossover with the 1st Ward. So there's those zip codes that were highlighted. They tend to be in a certain area of the city that captures the 1st and 3rd. So maybe if we focus on the zip code and those census tracts.
We really only have 6 zip codes in the city, Mayor. So, I mean, when we say a percentage, it's like, it seems like that's a little self-defeating in the sense that, if you look at, we're in a city that started, where we're sitting and grew out. So if we're talking about homes built prior to 1978, it's
Largely
it's structured at the core, so.
Yeah.
Well, the 3rd Ward and the 1st Ward are the 2 oldest wards in the city in the first place, so they would be the ones that have the highest amount of lead poisoning because of when those homes were built.
Yeah.
So I don't mind throwing the 1st Ward in there.
But I think to me, it's bring back a sensible ordinance, and we'll figure out how to make it real.
So bring it back, full ordinance, and we can get some additional information based on the questions posed today. We can share with the new commissioners the reports and the data that we've captured in the past. And your preference is just look at the full ordinance, see if we can craft something citywide. Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I was going to share, I think, to your point, not to put you and Commissioner O'Connor as the elders on the commission, but, I'll tell you, those last 3 years went by pretty fast for me. So when I think about 2 years and basically we're thinking, we're right here at this point, I would be open to getting, I think there was some good question. There was some rich conversation day. I think there was some questions around modeling and just what are the expectations. So I would too be open to getting some of those things answered, reviewed, and through our regular meetings, and then try to bring something back that we could move forward on and hopefully measure before more changes on the commission.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm hearing from both of you, you're interested in, let's get the questions posed today answered, get some additional information, and bring back a draft ordinance that we can consider.
I would support that. The idea of dragging this on another, 1 to 2 years before voting on it just seems too slow. So I support kind of the same sentiment.
Okay, thanks. I see a head nod over there. And
Yeah, I'd be in agreement with that too.
Okay, all right. Commissioner.
I am too, especially if we look at trying to put in some measures to protect people from being displaced.
Okay, great. All right, is that good enough direction, City Manager? I appreciate you offering maybe a plan A or option A, option B. But I'm glad to see that the majority in the mind of this body is to move forward with an ordinance that would impact everyone who calls Grand Rapids home. So
We have an ordinance that we have been considering and have gotten feedback from parts of our community on it, and we are happy to bring it forward.
great, thank you. All right, thank you all for your presentation and work today. So Commissioners, just a couple of reminders. We have executive session at 1:30 down in the Law Library, and then we're back together tonight at 7. With that, we will finish up this meeting.